Hello and welcome to NHRL's first KO show. We just wrapped up our prelims where we've had amazing matches all morning, but now we are at the point where every fight matters. If you lose, you go home. If you win, you move on. Kyle, Richard, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sam. My name is Kyle Crows. This is Richard Tiemann. We have some amazing robot action for you. We've been going all day already. How you been liking the fights today, Richard?
Oh man, I am psyched for today. The prelims have not disappointed, and now it's time for the KO show. Are you with me?
Absolutely. KO all day, baby. We are so excited to bring you some of the top stories throughout the day today. First of all, we have Ares, God of War, #1 seed in the 30-pound division, looking strong, massive hits, dismantling their opponents today. They are definitely looking to qualify.
And then it's NHRL taking over the world. It is an international affair. We have 5 teams from China, 5 from Europe, 3 from Brazil, and 1 from Mexico.
Amen. And also today we have Drew Davis. Can he do it? 5 in a row. There is only one other competitor here at NHRL that is qualified for 5 world championships in a row, and that is Jameson Go, the GOAT himself. Drew Davis is consistent. He's here today fighting alongside his family, and he is looking really good with Jack Move and Blackjack for qualifying for the World Championships.
Sounds like a sure thing, but something that is left to a question mark. Slam Plan? This is their last chance. They will not be here in November. The former world champ has yet to qualify.
And also today, what's old is new again. Ladies and gentlemen, the return of WPI. They are taking over the 3-pound bracket. They've got multiple bots still in the competition, all of them looking very strong, and a bunch of names you recognize looking fantastic. Comet, Red Panda, really looking great.
Yes.
I think you guys are going to be very impressed with that team showing today.
And finally, how fitting for our new show, KO Show, as the 30-pounders are hitting hard, maybe even you would say a knockout performance by that weight class. Are you ready for what's next?
Absolutely. That hit from Deadrise earlier today.
Ooh, mama.
Insane. But right now, we are going to go to Cage 1 for the first fight of the KO show. And to call all of this action, our robotics experts, Ricky and Adam.
Take it away.
Happy to, guys. Thanks so much. We're going to jump right into Cage 1. You can see them getting ready, getting these robots primped and preemed. What do you think, Adam? What do you think we're going to see here in this fight today?
Xenomorph versus Leviathan. We've got a strong vertical spinner going up against a hammer saw. Always a fun matchup, and I love the colors. Bright green against bright green. What are you thinking, Ricky, between the two discs?
Man, I'm looking at it right now. The top of Xenomorph has these just absolutely juicy looking holes right down into the guts of the robot. That is just a delightful snack for a robot like Leviathan. So all of this is going to come down to driving ability. Leviathan has everything it needs for a quick KO here. The question is Xenomorph going to let him do it?
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of these fights between two vertical spinners, of course, different types of vertical spinners here, but it's going to come down to the ground game. If Leviathan can win that front-on-front engagement, that's huge for them. But if Xenomorph's forks are getting under and tossing Leviathan into the air, that means Leviathan will have to go around another side, and that'll be really, really hard for them. Already needing to control the fight to activate their weapon, that would be difficult to overcome. So I think we'll learn a lot from the first engagement here.
Absolutely. Look at the size comparison of these two. These are two robots that are absolutely going to lock horns. The question is which one's going to have the upper hand, just like you were saying. Either way, they are really going to be battling for ground game and for engagement.
3.
Here we go.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Cautious start.
Xenomorph off and up to speed. Leviathan winning that ground engagement. That is huge for them.
And then upside down with a quick self-right before being thrown into the air.
Yeah.
Look at the wiring is now torn asunder on Leviathan's weapon. That blade is now just a hammer.
That looks like it hurts. Forks are flying. They're not moving much other than the arm.
Mid-air pirouette.
Arm movement does not count for movement. We'll see if they start getting counted out soon. That has gotta hurt.
The flexibility on Leviathan is bonkers, and now it has been gutted like a fish.
A bit too much flexibility at the end there.
True to its name, the KO show coming out swinging.
First
What a way to
KO
start.
of the KO show era. Leviathan on the wrong end of that one. Xenomorph overcoming a little bit of a disadvantage off the start. Leviathan winning the ground game, but Xenomorph's reach and engagement with that large disc ended up connecting with the chassis of Leviathan, and they had no answer after that.
We're gonna jump right into replay, see some of those big hits.
You see there off the bat, great ground game from Leviathan, but Xenomorph able to take advantage, just sending them flying time after time.
We'll get right back here. Absolutely sent up into the air, end over end. What a decisive victory. Very, very impressive.
Pieces flying across the arena, still moving as the lights come on.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the play-by-play booth here. You've been hearing our voices. I'm Ricky Willems. This, of course, is Adam Wrigley. We will be bringing you the best commentary we possibly can for all the robot action today. We're in our state-of-the-art underground bunker, bringing you the best views. We have all the best views. We're going to make sure you get them, too. Thank you for joining us for the KO show.
Really excited for this. We've got every camera angle behind us, all the stats, all the info, and we'll be bringing that to you tonight as we kick off the KO show era of NHRL.
A whole new world. We are so excited. We're going to go right over to Richard and Kyle. Guys, what can you tell us? Take it away.
So good to see you guys. There was a
Yes.
lot of Ricky on that screen. Did you
That's
notice
a
that?
lot of Ricky.
Very
Repeat
much.
Ricky right there.
Guys, we have so much good action coming your way. That was just a little taste. Just a,
Selfishly, I wanted a knockout.
sure.
Obviously.
So right now we are going to go over the basics, the rules, the Havoc 101. If you've never been here before, this is how the game is played. All right, so we have 3 weight classes, the 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound division. We get 3 minutes per fight. Your goal, destroy your opponent's robot. The fight ends by tap out, knockout, or judge's decision. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight. Everybody gets 1. The top 4 bots in the competition qualify for the World Championships at the end of the year.
And if you saw earlier in the prelims, we have new fancy graphics at the top that show you if they have used their unstick. It's the X next to the bot's name. So if it's there, they still have it available. If it's gone, it's vanished. That means no more courtesy unstick for the bot.
All right, so next up, we have some amazing competitors. We've got Slam Plan taking on Touro Jr. There you have Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, ready for this fight. Oh, there you go. There's Julian.
Oh, it's time to see real bots in action on the NHRL stage, one of the many international teams at this event.
Absolutely. There you see. We've got the head of Team Huge out there to support Brendan. Brendan, of course, running this huge style robot with Slam Plan. Slam Plan is the reigning, defending world champion in this weight class, yet to qualify for the World Championships for 2025.
I feel like I've seen this matchup before. It just looks smaller.
Yeah, very much so. Now listen, this is no joke of a robot, but this is perfectly sized to
Yes.
fit inside that weapon hole of Slam Plans. The whole idea is they're going to corral them between those two giant wheels, and that blade is going to wreak havoc on that top plate, on those wheels, on the weapon hub. It is a really thoughtful design for one specific type of opponent, and unfortunately for Riobots, they are that type of opponent.
Yes, both skillful drivers. There will be no doubt about that in the cage. These guys are tenured veterans all the way around. But this matchup will truly be about opportunity. And when it comes knocking, can you go for the knockout?
Like that. There you see the Riobots team getting everything ready, getting their bots preened and pruned. This is surely going to be some amazing action. Brendan has had quite the year. He's had quite a few challenges, but he is back. He will not be back in November. This is his only chance to qualify for the World Championships.
Are you loving this view? I'm loving this view. Look at this crowd.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yes.
It's pretty
This
nice.
backdrop of the crowd filling in here, this is awesome.
All right, so we've got the bot turned on. He gave it a little pet, a little encouragement beforehand. Looks like Brendan's about to pull his safety, and we'll be closing this box and going to our friends Ricky and Adam to call this action.
Safeties are off. Will the gloves be in this fight? It is win and move on, lose or go home.
Absolutely. All right, robotics experts Ricky and Adam, let's call this fight.
Happy to, guys. These robots are, honestly, they're just incredible. Slam Plan has been looking fierce today. A lot of upgrades, all new tire design that seems to really be working on point. What else has got you excited, Adam?
Well, you know, what's interesting looking at these stats, you've got Touro Jr. sitting at 13 and 5. You got Slam Plan sitting at 13 and 1. When Touro Jr. goes to a KO, it's one every one, 6 of them. When Slam Plan goes to a KO, it's one every one of them, 10 of them.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots.
We'll see if that KO streak holds. Look at the size difference between these robots. It's fantastic. A weapon-to-weapon exchange. Touro moving like a shark. Slam Plan like some sort of immense whale in the arena.
Great maneuverability by both these robots.
Really impeccable driving. These two are sizing each other up. Very cautious.
We saw some durability issues earlier today from Touro Feather, but Touro Jr. is taking these hits and is keeping on chugging.
Slam Plant has a deceptively fast and sharp weapon blade. The hits don't necessarily send your opponent flying the way some competitors do, but boy, do they sink deep and do damage.
Seen, you know, one kind of big hit here as Touro Jr. went flying a little bit across the arena. Lots of small hits, bings and bangs. Everyone's still spinning. Tread getting torn up now on Slam Plan's wheel.
Yeah, this tread strategy is all new, very inventive approach from Brendan Steele. So far, it does seem to be working, but in a match without a lot of damage, that's gonna be a big factor for the judges if this goes to the judges later.
Really hard to judge control in a fight like this with neither robot really able to push each other around. Both kind of dancing to each other, some getting hits, and you know, I think maybe a few more hits from Slam Plan here than Touro Jr.
Coming down on the last minute of this match.
Nice little pirouette and shove there as Touro Jr. able to get Slam Plan up on their side, but quickly back on their feet.
It's interesting, you can hear Touro Jr. keeping that weapon at a very modest pace for maneuverability. Very strategic driving.
As this fight goes on, we're hearing less and less of those weapons.
In fact, I think the weapon may have stopped entirely on Touro Jr. now. No longer strategic.
Usually not on purpose at this stage in a close fight to do that, but you never know. We'll wait to see if that comes back on. That could be huge in the judge's decision.
Could be Slam Plan in the judge's decision, too. It's a bad joke, folks, but Touro Jr. doing the best it can given its downed weapon, but this is going to be really tough. Slamplane is not the kind of robot where you break its fist on your face.
Oh, and as you say that,
Curse of the announcers, folks. That weapon has stopped. We'll see in just another couple of minutes if it can spin back up.
wow, with both these robots going into the judge's decision with an equivalent amount of damage, both weapons not working, but the treads peeling off, could that be the difference, Ricky?
I imagine it will be a difference in the damage category, but remember, we have two more categories here. The control and aggression will be a big deal. Now here's the moment of truth. They're doing their little post-fight functionality test. The judges watch that closely. I'm not seeing that weapon spin up on Slamplane.
That is huge.
Oh.
This is what the judges watch for. That's not the weapon.
No.
Spinning, that is the chassis. Spinning.
We'll go into the replay and then we'll talk a little more about that weapon spinning, but take a look. We've got two big hits. One from Touro Jr., popping its opponent up in the air. Then again, right into a wall. And you know, that is fantastic work. That certainly added to Slamplane's issues later in the match. We're gonna go to Sam. I think he's gonna give us a little bit more. Sam, what do you got for us?
Hello, I am with Marco from Team Riobot. Marco, what was your strategy going into that fight?
Well, there's not much to get him. We had to go straight to the weapon and see if we can break it. We have to be careful with our belt, of course, which is exposed. And we know that if we went for the wheel, we just get on it. So we just keep attacking, going straight, hopefully get it on its side.
And how do you think that judge's decision is going to go?
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, both weapons stopped, so at least in damage we're kind of even. I think we were aggressive, but let's just wait.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it as well. We're going to send it back to Richard and Kyle.
It is all single elimination from this point out in the tournament. You can see the pits, everybody is feverishly working. If they're still active in this tournament, then they have a lot of work to do on these bots.
Yeah, I do love this shot of the pits. It's like a classic Where's Waldo of your favorite builder and bot team. I see Zach Lytle, Scorpios right down there. He brought Ringleader this event, his first ever NHRL event.
Very cool to see Zach here. First time traveling over for the NHRL event. We are all very happy for his contributions to the combat robotics community, and just he's a genuinely good guy too. That last fight was absolutely bonkers. I cannot believe there was no knockout. That is going to the judges is crazy.
I do not envy the judges. I've said it all day. I stand firmly on that statement. But Ricky gave such an eloquent analysis of his breakdown of the scorecard. Because I said, what happens when bots equally aggressive, one controls, but then one does more damage? He says, more or less fortune favors the damage, because that's what you're in the cage to do.
Yeah, if the guy looks like he lost the fight at the end of the fight,
he probably lost
the fight. That's just how that goes. There's our audience. We are starting to fill up for this KO show.
Smile, you're on camera.
We've got more 12-pound action coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, in the big box, we are going to have Nightcrawler taking on the Robo-Cat by Brian Haas. This is going to be a fun fight. Ohio versus Colorado. Pete Covert has got Nightcrawler. This is a bot he has been running for many years. He's got it dialed in. He's got it really, really well tuned up. And a lot of people are anticipating he's going to qualify for the World Championships today. But first he has to get through this Robo-Cat.
There's a lot of hopefuls today, and I don't think people realize that after this, there's one more shot to get to that qualifying for the World Championships. But yeah, Robo-Cat, though, I mean, University of Cincinnati team has really impressed me in my short time here, and I got to say, I'm looking forward to this one.
Ohio has turned into quite the hub of combat robotics over the past couple of years, and Robo-Cat is no exception. All right, so we're going to call this action with our 2 combat robotics experts in the booth. Ricky, Adam, take it away.
Nightcrawler versus Robo-Cat. We've got Pete Covert coming in from Boulder, Colorado against Ben Haas coming out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Ricky, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking we're going to see some sparks fly. Nightcrawler has been doing
5,
fantastic
4,
today, really
3,
putting on some punishment.
2,
See if they can do it again.
Fight, robots, fight.
Nightcrawler, really balanced robot, defense, offense, drive.
This is what we've been seeing from Nightcrawler all day. They're just so good at winning these weapon exchanges. Frankly, I don't know what it is about the robot that is this dialed in. They do have little wedgelets, but you can see over and over again, weapon to weapon, Robo-Cat's the one that's going flying.
They've spent a lot of time dialing in all the details of Nightcrawler, and it's a deceptive robot because you don't think the weapon looks that particularly scary, you don't think the drive looks that particularly scary, but it just keeps on chugging, it keeps on going, and it's really good. But there we see Robo-Cat, one hit, all it takes, knocks off the entire top plate and tears out the wiring of Nightcrawler.
Incredible work. Sometimes that's all it takes. One good shot. The skill that goes into lining that up sometimes can just completely overwhelm whatever advantage you might have in weapon-to-weapon hits.
That was crazy. I say this a lot with the big spinners in the arena, but all it takes is one hit. Nightcrawler coming out, dominating the early part of that fight. Robo-Cat up against the wall, upside down, running away. One hit to the back panel, and Nightcrawler is dead. You gotta be careful with your driving. One misplaced hit. Great comeback win from Robo-Cat there.
Wild, Adam. Let's go into a replay. You can see, once again, just dominant performance for the first part of this match. Nightcrawler lining up shot after shot. And then suddenly, in comes the opponent with a combo breaker. Rips off the back end, and that was all she wrote.
It's interesting because early on in the fight, we saw Nightcrawler getting that same hit against Robo-Cat, and Robo-Cat kept going, but Nightcrawler took one hit to the back, and I guess that's the weak spot in that robot. They've got the defense with the wheels, they've got the defense with the front bracket, like TPU blocks, but the backside couldn't take it.
Sometimes you can't put everything everywhere all the time. Let's go back to Kyle. Guys?
Oh, much Ricky and Adam for calling that action for us. Yeah, 12-pound bracket looking mean today. Lots of vicious spots in there. We'll have to see what the judges have to say about that one.
If it's going to be called KO show, I need more KOs in my life.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, okay? We'll run that up into the pits. We'll tell everybody, stop with these, judges' decision fights.
Yeah, come on now.
All right, let's go to Sam, cage side. Sam, what you doing?
Oh, I'm here with Ben Haas, who just won that fight. Ben, can you tell me how that fight turned? It seemed like you were getting tumbled at first.
So in the beginning, the biggest mistake was I ran these forks. I shouldn't have ran them because they gave him a nice little spot to grab, nice spot to get impacts. But I designed them in such a way that they'll break off when they get those impacts. And as soon as this was gone, I got a good half second to recover, swing back around, and I just got a really good hit in the right spot.
All right, so running the forks might not have been the best idea, but the way you designed them made it all work out. So nice work there. Thank you, Ben.
Nice job, Ben Haas. All right, so we are now getting ready.
Got some panda action in the
We
cage.
do. We have some pandemonium getting ready for the cage. So this is Sievert, nice little mid-cutter spinner. And they're going up against Kitt, Matt Lantry's bot. What do you think about those wheels?
I stopped being amazed by things as simple as wheels a long time ago.
I like them.
Just when you think you've seen them all, you see another one, you're like, I really don't know what to expect anymore. So if they work, they work.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, so don't hassle the Hoff. We're going to go back to our friends in the booth. Adam and Ricky, take it away.
Thanks, Kitt. Appreciate it. What a pretty robot. I'm just going to start off right there. I love the way it looks. I love a lighting effect. I love the way the white blends in with the H in NHRL.
It is very nicely done with the details and some unique looking wheels there. I think if you zoom out on these two robots, they are very, very similar in arrangement of components to large horizontal spinners, wide wheels at the back. Differences are in the details.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Go. Kitt off to a little bit faster of a start. Sievert, though, a huge powerhouse. So much power in that weapon if it connects.
Both these weapons are spinning very fast. Who's going to connect first?
That was a big one. The wheel is gone on the left side of Kitt.
The beautiful wheel is gone. The lights are still working. What's interesting here is you can see the edge of Kitt's blade with that white paint. You can't see where the edge of Sievert's blade is until it connects.
Yeah, and that there is no movement out of Kitt. Ooh. They're asking for an unstick immediately, and then they get launched into the house pod.
Sievert says, I'll unstick you. I don't think they're actually stuck, Ricky.
You never know. The thing with these robots are sometimes just the littlest bump can reconnect something, or it can jumpstart a brushless motor. It's worth a shot.
At this point, you're going to go home if you lose. It doesn't hurt to ask. But it looks like Sievert is going to take this one.
Tap out.
Said it before, I'll say it again. Sievert has so much power in that weapon. They're a kind of humble-looking robot. Don't let the pink fool you. That is a monster in the cage.
Raked 30 overall in the 12-pound class here. That win is going to bring their overall record to 7-3. They got to be happy moving into the bracket tonight.
Very, very cool. You can see they're doing a bit to try and orient the robot with the house bot. They'll get that handled. In the meantime, we're going to go to replays. Check out these hits. This is the moment for Sievert launching off one of the wheels on Kitt.
Kitt, nothing doing after that. No maneuverability, eventually dead in the water.
Bounces off of Fluffy, almost back
lights,
into Sievert.
The lights dim, and Kitt is no more.
You see some nice sportsmanship after the event, after the match. And then back to the crowds. Look at these happy, smiling people. Speaking of happy, smiling people, Richard and Kyle, take it away.
Can I tell you how much I appreciate Matt Lantry? Just a genuinely nice guy, amazing driver, really good builder, and those new glasses are spiffy.
Spiffy indeed, but I want to say how close we were to a knockout, and then it was right there and taken away from us.
With a tap out.
I know, but still, man, that would have been such a beautiful knockout. One wheel and then nothing, and I was ready for it.
I was satisfied. There were beautiful hits in that fight. Absolutely loved it. Very nicely done, Matthew. Man, that Kitt bot, very cool.
Yes.
Love the theming. Also love the fact that that's a high school kid who came up with that.
Yeah.
He's got great parents if they're introducing him to Knight Rider content this young.
Yes, I would agree with that. We've got a lot of great parents here. Up in the pits, there's a few great stories of parents taking robotics, learning upon themselves. Happy Birth Sleigh.
Yeah.
Lane's dad, 12 months, 4 hours a day after work, learning, self-teaching robotics so that they could come here and compete at NHRL. Like, this was their Disneyland, basically. I mean, how cool is that?
So you could see some people are starting to filter into those prime time pits already. Essentially, that means they are qualified and ready for prime time today. That's what this KO show is all about, is seeing who will be left for the prime time event at 7 o'clock. Please join us then.
Yeah, we talked so much in the previous events about earning your spot in the prime time pits and just what it meant to be there. This show is all about watching them earn their way into the prime time. Like, this is the showcase before the main event.
Amen to that. There you see our crowd heating up here. By the way, if you ever have a chance to make it to the House of Havoc, this is just a wonderful place to come and bring your family. There we go. We got to do a big battery swap and cooling down of that robot.
I hope that bot's okay. It looks... Oh, the lights went out.
Yeah, it just needs a little battery swap. That's all. Things are getting hot, a little toasty inside, and it's just good to switch it out. Hey, Sam, can you give us a little update? What's going on with this thing? Why are they cooling this guy off?
We're cooling Fluffy here. They run a VESC speed controller on all 4 motors, which are generally made for e-skateboards and that sort of thing. In an operation like this with a 300+ pound robot where they're on all day long, taking hits, seeing weapon blasts, they require some cooling to keep functioning properly throughout the day. And that's what's happening here, along with a battery swap. All right, the XT90s are plugged in.
All right, thank you for the update, Sam.
And it's looking like it's gonna be powered.
Very nice. Yeah, our housebots do so much work in the cage. I don't know if you noticed that inside of there, but they have a flame suppression system. They have their own little camera system. They do a lot of jobs all at once in these boxes. Not just unsticking, but also just keeping it safe for our bot handlers and our cage managers.
Well, and you're talking about the house bots. The crew here at NHRL is second to none. I mean, as far as being on top of things, small repairs like that, changing out floors, safety, safety, safety.
All right, so we've got some more 12-pound action coming your way. I'm very excited about this. We've got Roar-E, the first robot from Columbia University here at the National Havoc Robot League. They have to go up against Blackjack, one of the most intense competitors in the weight class, Drew Davis, looking to qualify for the World Championship for the 5th time in his career.
That's a big story from our robot rundown at the top of KO show. So now, please direct your attention to the cage as we see how this one unfolds.
This is a different fight that's loading into the cage right now, but I am A-okay with it. You might notice Jake Hoffman, Maximizer. He's with Team Defective, one of the biggest teams here in the league.
Seen a lot of him this weekend.
Well, yeah, he's busy. He helps out people from Ohio. He helps out people from Team Defective. He's a busy fellow all the way around. He has done massive upgrades to this bot.
He helps out everybody, but he is one of the most intense competitors that I have ever come across in combat robotics. I mean, the intensity, second to none.
But yeah, he's taking on Campesino Ebrio Mark IV from Carlos Vega. He's a software engineer from Mexico, one of the many international competitors here today. There doesn't look to be anything super different on the outside of Maximizer, but there is completely different types of armor. He's got more AR-15 armor, or AR-500 armor on that bot. He is rocking out with a lot of new changes on the inside, and those blade profiles are thinner, sharper, and a lot more nasty.
Kyle, are you trying to tell me that with these robots, there's more than meets the eye?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's what you see is what you get.
Oh, what you see is what you get. Gotcha. Well, hopefully it was enough changes from last time. When I talked to Jake last night, he said he does not want to get to the point where he can count his losses on more than one hand. He said he is standing on business to take care of business this event.
This is exactly the kind of fight he wants, by the way. He's going up against a 2-wheel drive vertical drum spinner, pretty much the exact archetype of robot that he is designed to destroy. This is going to be a really technical fight, and we need some good technical analysis. Let's go to Ricky and Adam in the booth. to call this action. How you doing, fellas?
Doing great. Eager to get technical. How about you, Adam?
Campesino Ebrio means drunken peasant, and I'm looking forward to them fighting against Maximizer, who often seems to fight in a drunken style, flinging itself about the arena left and right. So I think this will be a good matchup.
We'll see.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Off
fight.
and away. Oh, interesting exchange there. I didn't think Campesino was going to be able to hit that on Maximizer, but
Yeah.
great bump.
Maximizer sort of defaulted into a disc first arrangement there. You don't see that all the time. And now
And yet their opponent, very little movement now.
looking a little bit more drunk than usual on that side of the arena, unable to
Tap
move.
out.
And that is a tap out from Campesino Ebrio.
Very interesting. I think there's a lot of underlying knowledge there that we just might not have. What went wrong in Campesino? Why did Jake lead like that? We can theorize a little bit.
A weird fight there. Jake immediately going into a disc first after the first engagement, and then Campesino just kind of dying in the side of the arena.
I mean, clearly they lost the first exchange going with a wedge first option, so what's left but the disc?
Yeah.
We're going to go to the replay. Yeah, see here, you can probably see that first exchange. Interesting. They tried to do the Thagomizer hit, the patented swing around. Did not work out for them.
They did go back to it here. I wonder, it looked like maybe they flipped over, started going disc first when they were flipped over, back to wedge first now on the right side up. But at this point, Campesino already lost the side of drive there. You can see the left side working, and then perfectly placed by Maximizer, killing that wheel.
Wild. Very, I didn't realize till we got that overhead look again.
Yeah.
Just how tactical that match was for Jake. Those were some really well-targeted hits.
Great driving by Jake. They know exactly where their robot is in the arena and exactly where they want to put it. Carlos Vega coming up from Zapopan, Mexico, unable to deal with Maximizer.
We're going to head back to Sam. Sam, take it away.
Hello, I'm here with Jake Maximizer. Those swings look amazing. Can you talk us through that short fight?
So that fight went pretty well. I'm really well engineered to fight vertical weapon spinners because it's the most common type. Carlos, I've watched Drunken Peasant for a long time, so he's got a very storied history, and you know, I was a little intimidated by that going into it, but we configured properly, and I think that configuration worked out. Everything looks okay on the robot. Just go change the batteries and configure for the next fight. So.
Well, nice work, nice fight, and good luck in your next one. Back to Kyle and Richard.
I gotta tell you, I love that jacket that he's wearing today. It's very nice.
Yeah, Sam brought it for KO show.
He really did. Super sparkly. All right, so we are loading into the box. Now, we were talking about this fight a little bit earlier. This is one of the many chances, well, the 2 chances, that Drew Davis has to qualify for the World Championships. This is Blackjack going up against Rory. That's right, it's like Wally, but Rory.
I love clever names, I really do. I'm a big fan of that. But this is not about clever names. It's about a man and his date with potential destiny of being one of only 2 people in the world to do the same feat.
So this is Columbia University. This is their first foray into combat robotics. This is their first robot. This is their first event. This is like their second fight total ever. This is a great way to get started. We are going to go to Ricky and Adam to call this action. Fellas, let's go.
I love a good Davis family fight. How about you, Adam?
I'm excited. You said you were talking to the Columbia team earlier, right?
That's a good question. I probably was. It's been a whirlwind of a day. Tell me, what did I say, Adam?
Well, I heard that their shop is in a closet in the basement of Columbia University.
I have also heard this rumor, but I'm going to be honest, this did not originate with me. We'll have to find out in a minute here. Right now, we're getting ready to fight.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Blackjack's one of my favorite robots in this weight class, but they're already, they've already taken a wheel off their opponent.
Yeah, Rory losing one of their rear wheels, not great because they are upside down, leaving them with only one wheel contacting the ground. It's going to be hard for them to self-right.
Doing their absolute best. Blackjack at this point is so dialed in. There's so much experience in Drew's mind and his fingers. The robot itself and the driving style, very impressive.
Yeah, Rory looks like not only did they lose a wheel on the left side, that side is now locked up, and they are having a difficult time crab walking around the arena. Blackjack lining up the hits.
This is a good exchange. Notice neither of these robots is going flying. These are measured. These are calculated hits. Still doing a lot of damage.
You can see that wheel is hanging on by a thread at the back of Rory, and it doesn't look like they're going anywhere. Requesting their unstick here. You can see their little X disappearing on our score bug. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm not sure if Rory is stuck or just disabled, but hey, maybe they could get flipped back up onto their wheels. You never know.
I've seen a couple of twitches. It has attempted to move, but it is not enough to drive, at least not yet.
You can see that wheel is more askew than it's supposed to be. There is the tap out. That's going to give the win to Blackjack. Little celebration there for the winners. And the losers look happy too.
I think there's a lot of excitement just to be here. They've come a long way, and the House of Havoc can be a amazing, if overwhelming, place to lose to someone like Drew Davis. There's no shame there.
Yeah, and when you bring a new robot here, I think you're realistic in that you want it to work as you design it. You want to find the flaws and you want to be able to improve it. They came out and the robot was functional. They got their wheels taken off, and maybe they'll revise their inverted geometry, look into different types of wheels, and move forward, evolve, and that's how you get a better robot. So I think they came out, put on a respectable performance here, but Blackjack's going to take that win, pretty resounding win, and they could be someone to laugh for the rest of the night.
Well, we're going to try to keep the KOs rolling here. We got a lot more fights coming to you, and I think we're going to kick it back over to our friends, Kyle and Richard.
Hey, fellas. Yes, that was me who actually talked to the Columbia University team and found out that they work out of a closet in the basement. They are like a sub-team of the robotics team, and they just started this year. They have no funding. They have no space. But you know what? They passed safety. They got a box the bot in the box, and made it into the into the actual rounds. So they're doing all right. All right, let's go to Sam.
Hey, I'm here with Drew Davis, and Drew, you are on the verge of being only one of 2 people to qualify for every NHRL World Championship. Can you talk us through what that's like?
It's a lot of pressure now that you say that. I didn't qualify this year, so I'm pretty nervous about how this year is going, but to hear that I've built some kind of consistency over the last few years means a lot. I spent a lot of time in the office, kind of like we all do, work tinkering late at night. So it's good to hear that it's worth it sometimes, but I'm humbled to even just be one of 2 of anything in this sport, because this is relatively new to me, so it feels good.
And when you first started, did you know that it would be such a family affair for you?
No idea, no idea. They got me into it back on vacation when we saw BattleBots on TV once. They're like, "B, you want to do that?" I was like, "All right." But the fact that they're both here today with me for the first time in more than a year, they both qualified for brackets quicker than I did today. So it's great. It makes me feel a lot of pride.
All right, Drew, well, thank you so much. Good luck going forward.
All right, thank you, Sam. And hey, there's the crowd once again. I feel like these teams and these bots know I'm anxiously awaiting our first knockout on the KO show. I will do jumping jacks on this platform when it finally happens.
It's the TO show right now. We got tap outs. Tap outs all day. Nothing wrong with a good
right
tap
now it's
out.
being renamed that, absolutely. But man, we're on the verge of it. I'm gonna try and speak it into existence right now.
We've got two very unique robots loading into the cage right now. This is 30-pound action. This is Jump Rope versus Maccabot. Jump Rope is such a weird design. These are humanoid robotic like motors that run these two lifter arms. It can do really dynamic dances around the box. It's a very interesting design. Not high damage, but very dynamic. And look, it's got a little angry face.
All right, Sam is actually going to be the voice of this one. So Sam, take it away, sir.
Yo, I am so excited for this fight with Jump Rope and Maccabot. Jump Rope got fully de-armed in its last fight, but it looks like their repairs have happened, and both those arms are attached, Colin?
Yeah, both arms are on the robot.
That's excellent. All right, good luck. All right. Maccabot in the blue corner, Jump Rope in the pink. Just waiting on the countdown. So Jump Rope uses robot dog arm motors for his arms. So you may have seen a pair of robot dogs prancing around the building here, and it's pretty much just those weaponized. So they can spin a full 360 around the bot. They have positional control. There's balancing elements. There's preset moves. It's a very cool robot that is not the best armored, but they will be going up against a massive beater bar on Maccabot.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we are off. Maccabot is out of the corner quick. Jump Rope is keeping his wedges down and facing Macca. Waiting for that first exchange. Yes, and a flip from Jump Rope coming in at the side of Maccabot. Hit him on the broadside. And now Macca is looking to self-right using the kick plates of the wall. Jump Rope just chasing down Macca as they're trying to get a good grip on the kick plate to get that self-right. I wouldn't be surprised if they shifted their strategy to try and hit the top of Jump Rope, but another great flip from Jump Rope. Macca is now back on their wheels, squared up. Great flip again from Jump Rope. There and back again. And one arm is down. Two arms are down. It is now Jump Rope armless. They're staying in it though. This is their last fight of the day. And we got flames shooting out of the side of Jump Rope. No tap out yet. Will Maccabot put them back on their feet, or are they going to use their unstick? They've called for an unstick. Here comes Fluffy. I don't know if they have much left in the tank after this one. Flames shot out of the armhole, the arm socket. Fluffy is struggling with that unstick. That's probably why you saw fans in there earlier. I would imagine Maccabot could provide a bit of an unstick. But we are getting counted out. The box is quiet. What a great match.
Knockout.
Wow. All right, to you guys. Adam, hit us with the replay, bud.
What a crazy fight. We saw Jump Rope come out and dominate this early with some impressive flips, sending Maccabot onto their back, but Maccabot able to recover and take off both arms in rapid succession. Jump Rope tossed upside down, flames coming out of their arm socket, unable to come back from that. And I think Maccabot ended up a little lucky there at the end because they did not have great maneuverability. Just able to escape that fight with the victory. They are excited. Jump Rope is going home. You can see they have to go into the arena to remove Jump Rope. Not a lot of danger left with both arms removed from the sockets on the main bot. Getting a good look at the inside of those robotics positional motors. A lot of power, a lot of control. But this is the second time today we've seen the arms go flying, and that seems to happen in most of their fights. So going to need to work on the connections of those arms. But let's hop over to Sam and see who he's got to give us an update.
All right. We are here with Colin Foster. Colin, you are piloting Jump Rope in that one. You also, I believe, had a lot to do with the build. I got to give you an arm. That was a great match.
Thank you.
At the beginning, you were really doing the flipping stuff. Can you talk me through that?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be as aggressive as I could without losing an arm, and eventually I got a little too aggressive.
And we saw some fire shooting out of the side of Jump Rope. Can we see those scorches?
Yeah, it's still smoking, I think. Maybe we should put
Yeah, we should get this into some sand. Great match. Thank you, Colin. Good luck. We're going to Richard and Kyle now.
Yes!
It is so fun that we have the only sport in the world where you could say you knew that fight was over when the flames started shooting out of the arm sockets. That's right. Disgusting display there, and still smoking when they were talking about it.
It had sparks, it had flames, it had everything you wanted on the
That
KO
was
show.
absolutely amazing. Okay, first of all, love Maccabot.
Yes.
Such a hard-hitting robot. That was an amazing performance. They were on their head, literally, for most of that fight. They got one chance to recover, and they took advantage of it, not once, but twice, ripping off both arms from Jump Rope and setting them on fire. That was absolutely incredible.
That is a beautiful highlight for KO show.
Yeah.
Couldn't have scripted it any better myself.
Good movement there. That was incredible. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready for some 3-pound action in Cage 2.
All right, and Adam, we're going to send it to you.
Cage 2, beetle weight fight here. We've got Red Herring going up against Zom-bee. This is a vertical disc spinner going up against a vertical beater bar. We've got a 4-wheel drive on the disc, and we've got treads on the beater bar. Will that give them a drive advantage in the arena? We'll see how that plays out. Honey Cracked with Zom-bee has been putting treads on a lot of their robots these days. They seem to really like them. Team WPI is with Red Herring. So this is a battle of two pretty big teams. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'm hearing there is a tiny bit of a delay here. They're looking for the remote for the house spot, but once they find that, looks like they did, we'll be ready to get started.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both robots are spun up, but Red Herring straight into the wall, and Zom-bee taking advantage, sending them flying in the early parts of this fight. Red Herring with some good counters here. You can hear them spinning up even faster. A lot of drivers will spin up and down as they line up their fights or their hits because the gyro can throw them off from the turning. So you'll hear the weapons up and down as they go. Back and forth fight here as Zom-bee goes flying through the air, followed by Red Herring. Red Herring getting Zom-bee upside down. That is going to be great. They can line up the combo there, and a tread goes flying off of Zom-bee. That is the downside of treads. Can you still move when they fall off? It does seem like Zom-bee's got okay movement, but they are noticeably slower than when they had both treads. Red Herring here failing to take advantage of their maneuverability. There they go, getting another lineup, unable to take the second tread off yet, but Zom-bee is going slower and slower as this fight keeps going. Unable to get themselves off the wall. Red Herring lining up the hit, maybe waiting for an unstick, not going to get that call. Got to watch out for the tread. Red Herring doesn't want to get stuck and high centered. You can see bits of Zom-bee littering the arena, side armor, still able to get a hit. Oh, Red Herring is stuck inside of Zom-bee. The ears and the weapon blade itself is embedded in the top of Zom-bee. How is Zom-bee still moving? Must be an inch inside of the lid of Zom-bee there. Red Herring just burying their weapon. We love when we get hats here at NHRL. This is an interesting one. Red Herring, I guess, trying to get at the brains of Zom-bee, usually the other way around. The fight now paused. They're going to try and lock the weapons here and get them unstuck with the tactical crowbar. Sam is up close with the report, so let's hear from him.
Yeah, I am up tight. It looks like there's some peeled back top armor where the red vert on Red Herring went right through Zom-bee. And it's taking multiple crowbars here to get this separation. It is in tight, it is in deep, and it is in an awkward position for prying. You try and pry Red Herring up, and it kind of just pivots on that weapon blade. Not able to get good purchase with this safety crowbar here. Second set of hands has entered the mix, but I honestly think this sword is stuck in this stone. And only a worthy cage crew can pull it out. I don't think there's much concern over damaging either bots with this crowbar action. And quite frankly, if Zom-bee can take such a deep penetration into its armor, what can't they take? But they are so stuck. There we go. Well done to our refs and cage crew. That was awesome. The weapon locks are now being removed. This match is going to get restarted in just a moment. So back to you, Adam.
Some valiant efforts from our cage crew getting the robots separated. That was quite a funky entanglement. Usually when a weapon gets embedded, it's from a direct hit. That was Zom-bee sending Red Herring into the air in an upside down overhead hit.
5, 4, 3.
Both weapons
2,
still working here as the robots get back to action.
Fight.
Red Herring tried to take out the head of Zom-bee. Zom-bee still going. No worse for wear here. Zombie upside down. Red Herring trying to come in for some hits. Zombie escaping most of them, and another hit on Red Herring. It seems like Zombie is winning almost every engagement as this fight goes on. Red Herring's trying for anything. The weapon there sounded like it spun down a little bit, and Red Herring able to take advantage. But back up on the wall in the corner. A Zombie now more of a pushing robot, unable to spin that weapon. I don't know what happened that seemed to be unrelated to a hit, just started spinning down and now isn't spinning at all. Red Herring still spinning. You can see Zombie's weapon spinning from being hit by Red Herring, but that weapon right now is dead. Is that tactical? Oh, and there are bits and pieces of the side and the pulley being torn off from Red Herring. Zombie now unable to move. Could be a battery issue. I wonder if all that spinning just killed the batteries because they can't move at all. Requesting an unstick here. Red Herring going in to help out. How nice of them. As they tear off the second tread of Zombie. You hear the fight getting counted down. Zombie's gonna make it to the bell. Barely able to move with no weapon. This is gonna go to the judges. I don't think it'll be that hard of a decision to make. That was a back and forth fight early. Both robots getting hits in the middle. It seemed like Zombie was winning every engagement, but as the fight drew on, more and more of Zombie fell off. Let's take a look at the hits here. You can see early some big Red Herring hits. They're able to get the tread off. They're able to get some of the side armor off, but Zombie kept going, flipping Red Herring into the air repeatedly. And then here's the hat hit as Red Herring falls on top of Zombie, embedding their blade into the lid. After a brief pause to separate them with a tactical crowbar from our cage crew, the fight was able to resume. And it was all Red Herring as we ended the fight, taking off the remaining tread and bit by bit removing everything on Zombie as Zombie crawled to the finish line, undead, but not looking great as they go into the judge's decision. Let's hand it over to Richard and Kyle.
Oh, man. How crazy was that? It did a thing that I've never seen, Kyle.
No, that was an insane headshot on a Zombie in the ring. Listen, WPI killing it in that 3-pound division. Brighton Lee crushing it with the Red Herring. Not the only 3-pounder left from WPI. Awesome. But right now, we are going to Cage 1, where we have Adamant Barrage. And over here, look at this guy. This is Larg. I like this matchup. Okay, so this is why I like it. William Marchese, who is running Adamant Barrage, has done a lot of work to make his bot more substantial against horizontal spinners like Larg. Let's see if these upgrades worked.
Oh,
nasty.
Nice exchange there between the two. Larg trying to square up Adamant Barrage. And the piece flies off.
Yeah, no, that's one of those back supports that keeps Adamant Barrage from flipping all over the place. Adamant Barrage is currently upside down. Cool upgrade that William did to Adamant Barrage this time. It can switch speed or direction on that weapon. Is that a belt hanging off? That is.
Oh!
Weapon belt is off of Larg. It's donezo. That thing is not going to work for the rest of this matchup, but is Adamant Barrage stuck on the wall? Can they get off? They called for the unstick. It is never a good thing when you have to call for that unstick less than a minute into your fight, but that is the only option that William has, and man, this is a stressful position to be in. William's just got to take it easy. Without a weapon on Larg, he's got a good chance. Larg is a Merca competitor.
That belt just hanging off there. Larg was doing so well. Adamant Barrage, though, had to get that unstick, and now they're taking it to Larg, looking to make up for some lost time.
They've got to be careful, though, because if they get stuck up on the wall again, that's it. They will not win this matchup, even though they have a fully functional bot. Nice pop there. Really nice shot there. It does look like their left side of drive is a little slow, a little sluggish.
Larg, though, not pinned, just motionless, and there you hear the weapon of Adamant Barrage.
That was such a nasty hit. Oh, that was disgusting. I loved it. Larg their weapon is not winning, by the way. That's just a little centrifugal force spinning it.
So this is Adamant Barrage's fight to lose right now. Certainly fortune has swung aggressively in their favor after those early shots.
I gotta tell you, this is a hard design to pull off, Adamant Barrage, and this is definitely working really well for William. Emily Baumgartner, captain of Larg, struggling to keep the bot up and running and struggling to avoid these hits without a weapon.
But Adamant Barrage, I don't know if they're trying to square up or just trying to drive straight. And then there was a little bit of a sticky situation there. But yes, we are 15 seconds left. This will go the distance.
Very much so. I cannot believe this is going to go all the way to the judges. These are some durable bots.
That's 0, and that's to the judges. My, how the turntables turned in that one.
Absolutely. There you see Emily Baumgartner, part of Team Defective. So impressive that she kept that bot running the entire time. But look at this. Both sides of drive and the weapon still fully functioning on Adamant Barrage. That's got to feel good for William Marchese.
Yeah, to your point about the early unstick, they got it right after a very inconvenient moment for them. As we look at the replay here.
Yeah, they were upside down, had to switch that weapon direction. And then, boom, stuck on the wall.
Yep.
Unstick called. You can see that one back standoff is already missing at this point, but then that's the hit that took out the weapon belt on Larg. That changed the entire structure of this matchup from that point on. That was that nasty hit where it grinded on that side plate and then launched them across.
That early unstick saved the fight for Adamant Barrage, and that is crazy.
It's one of the cool things about the rule set here at NHRL is the unsticks. You don't get a lot of dexterity from those house robots, but you do get a lot of tries, right? Like they'll work with you for at least 30 seconds to try to get that thing unstick. And 30 seconds is a long time. Plus you can use them extremely strategically. It's really nerve-wracking when you have to use it within the first minute of the fight because you really might need it in that last 30 seconds.
Yeah, the unsticks for you sports fans, just like timeouts. You can use them or you cannot, but you don't get to carry them over to the next fight. Or for the non-sports fans, it's like a continental breakfast at the hotel. You can do it or you can skip it.
That's exactly right. All right, so now that we are officially in the KO rounds, let's go for our top 6 stories that we are looking at today here in the rundown. First and foremost, Ares, the god of war, MIT Robotics, Ryan Duarte, absolutely crushing it today. This robot is the strongest version I have ever seen in the arena right now. Will they make a deep run? Will they go home with a golden dumpster? Who knows?
And we continue NHRL world domination with our international presence here for this event. We saw a great showing from Riobots and the Brazilian team. Oh man, I would not want to be matched up against them. But China, Mexico, all those teams, man, still doing well.
Drew Davis, one of the preeminent competitors here at NHRL, is looking to qualify for his 5th World Championship. He is in 2 weight classes still, 3-pound and 12-pound. He won his last 2 fights, 1 in each weight class. That means he's got an excellent chance of qualifying for the World Championships in both weight classes, maybe even both weight classes, and that would be really impressive.
Yes, and Slam Plan still looking to qualify. They will not be here in November, so this truly is their last stand, which is crazy to think about.
Reigning and defending world champions of that 12-pound division, Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, looking strong, but can he pull it off? All right, and then we have the WPI takeover of the 3-pound division. They have qualified a ton of bots for these KO rounds. We just saw Red Herring out there by Brighton Lee. Absolutely amazing performance. Literally stuck their blade into the brain of a zombie.
Yes.
In the middle of that matchup. These bots are all looking so strong. Red Panda, Comet, right? We're seeing Eruption later on. That is one team to watch. They are one of the classic NHRL teams, and they are back in full force for this event.
Yes, that fight, they did a thing that I've never seen, and I will not stop talking about it for a while, because that was incredible to witness. But now we talk about the heavy hitters, of course, only fitting for the KO show. 30-pounders bringing the heat, bringing the fight. We've seen a couple of them already, and man, it has not disappointed. Love me some 30-pound heavyweight action.
Absolutely. Our first knockout of the day in that 30-pound division, we got to see Jump Rope disarmed and then fire shooting out of its arm socket.
Yes.
That was so crazy. One of the best fights I've seen of the day right here in the KO rounds. So glad that you could be joining us. Let's go to Adam for our next fight. Adam, what do you got for us here in Cage 2?
We've got Mooncake going up against Lifetime. Mooncake is a 2-wheel drive, full-body horizontal ring spinner. These are technical builds, very tricky to get right. The way they work is they've got a normal 2-wheel drive robot in the middle, and then they are spinning a ring around the outside of the entire robot. They've got 360 degrees of attack and 360 degrees of spinning defense. But if you don't get that ring spinner built just right, it has a habit of locking up when it gets a little warped or one of those bearings gets a little bit out of shape. We will see how they are doing. They are sitting on a 4-7 lifetime record. Lifeline, a new robot with us here today, sitting on 2-1, is a 4-wheel drive overhead hammer saw, and look at the size of that saw. Now, this is an interesting matchup because if Mooncake were a traditional full-body spinner, the top of the robot would also be spinning. But since they are a ring spinner, the top of the robot is stationary and a nice, juicy target for Lifeline saw. So let's see whose design is going to win out here.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Mooncake spinning up as Lifeline goes for the box rush, trying to keep them from spinning up, but there is some decent speed in that ring now. As you can see the gyro effects taking hold. Can Mooncake get themselves on the ground, or are they just going to fight like a frisbee? They're now a full-body vertical ring spinner. As Lifeline holding back, waiting for them to stabilize before they come in here. Mooncake now has stabilized on the wall, and I think they're gonna wait, spin up. No, they're gonna just dive right in. Ooh, unable to get into the base plate. I wonder if they'll regret not waiting for an unstick call from Mooncake. Both robots, of course, get 1 unstick per fight. Unable to get through the base plate or top plate material of Mooncake. 2 juicy opportunities for Lifetime. Mooncake's weapon is so powerful that they can't spin it up without the chassis of the robot spinning underneath, causing them to go flying. Great shot here from Lifeline, digging in and through the top, and that is smoke coming out of Mooncake. They can still spin, but oh, and they're still driving. That is incredible to take a hit like that and keep moving. But Lifeline's got to know they're onto something now. They can get through that top, and they're trying again. As they just dig into the guts. Sparks flying, smoke is out. That looks like an important piece because Mooncake is not moving. Gouged through the top, through the motor. through the electronics.
Knockout.
And that is a knockout. That will make Richard happy. Another KO on the KO show. Quite the performance from Lifeline. I can't wait to see some of the replays as that saw would come down, spin up, and just slowly eat through the guts of Mooncake. It took one hit and kept going, but the second one was too much to handle. We see a lot of hammer saws at NHRL where they bring kinetic energy down on top rapidly to an opponent for quick hits. This is not a hammer saw. This is a traditional saw coming in and slowly, precisely slicing through their opponent. What a performance from Lifeline. That is not going to be fun to repair in Mooncake. What looks like lipo smoke emanating, that is going to be one mess inside. What was impressive out of Mooncake was that they kept spinning. The weapon system was durable, and that is always the Achilles heel. But as I mentioned, the juicy top plates was too much for Lifeline to resist as we see them eat into the lid. That first one couldn't do it. This second one into the motor, into the lid, eventually into the electronics and into the battery as they're just able to slowly chew through the guts. Look at that saw digging in. You see sparks, then you don't, and then you do again as it goes through the different layers. Let's see what Sam has to say. What a fight.
Thanks, Adam. I'm here with Kevin from Lifeline, and, well, that was amazing. Can you tell me, did you have to shift your strategy throughout that fight?
Well, this is the first horizontal I fought with this configuration, so I'm just glad the wedge actually worked the way I intended it to. And it's got a lucky hit right on the battery, so it doesn't get much better than that.
And have you had such a deep cut before? That was awesome.
Not anything that actually hit something important. It seems to always grab air and never an electronic component or a battery, so glad that worked out this time.
Me too. I love some carnage on these robots, and good luck in your next matches. All right, to Kyle and Richard.
I don't understand how Kevin could be so calm in that interview. That was epic. You know what the problem with Mooncake was is they put everything important in the middle of the robot.
There have been 2 knockouts on KO show, and both have been so worth it. Lifeline was literally trying to serve up a slice of Mooncake in that fight.
Impressive. All right, we are going to see a fish get fed here in Cage 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the blue Marlin right here in the pink corner. And then we have the 12-pounder Deadbot over there in the blue corner. Now listen, Blue Marlin is one of the best robots in this division. It hits hard. Bob drives it beautifully. They are going up against this horizontal monster right here. Look at those thick, chunky wheels. Look at how bad looking that weapon blade is. I mean, come on, you don't want to be on the other side of that.
But a name like Deadbot isn't very optimistic sounding. However, if you get a win over Blue Marlin, you just got yourself a trophy bot.
That is very, very true. All right, we are going to go to Adam to call this action. Adam, what do you got for us?
Well, as you mentioned, Kyle, Blue Marlin is a great robot. 18 ranks in this weight class. They're sitting on an 11-8 overall record with 7 knockouts. 12-pound Deadbot, a little bit newer, ranked 54. This is their second event, sitting at 2-3. So they're looking for a big upset here against Blue Marlin to keep their day going. We'll see how that plays out, but Blue Marlin, I think, is looking to feed in this one. I wonder... Ooh, I am hearing that there are some issues here with Deadbot. I wonder if we'll have to pop the door to do a little power cycle, or if there might be some other problems. Never a good sign when you close the door and the robot doesn't work. Sometimes it's a simple fix. Oh, the switch didn't close all the way. Sometimes it is something bigger that happened and you're not going to be able to fix it. We'll see how this goes, but that would be a tough way to go out for Deadbot here if they can't get this robot going. As we see them discussing on the sidelines. Blue Marlin ready to go, squared up in their corner. Sometimes when I'm in these fights as the opponent, I get a little bit nervous. You know, the controllers don't love staying on with no inputs for so long. Sometimes they can go to sleep or power down. The transmitter shuts off or something else. So, you know, never fun for either team in this situation, but Deadbot's got to hope that a power cycle is going to fix these gremlins that have appeared, as I don't think they moved an inch after the door was originally closed. They're coming in here with the driver. I wonder if they're going to take the top off to check something. They'll have a certain amount of time with which they can try to fix it, but it's not a lot. And when the driver comes out, that is generally not a good sign. I wonder if they're checking to make sure the battery is plugged in or something else, a receiver. You can see digging through the wiring here. Plug looks plugged in to me. But we're going to go down to Sam and hear if he has an update for us from the sidelines.
I sure do. I'm with Bob, and Bob, while 12-pounder Deadbot is going through this, what's going through your head?
I'm just hoping when he turns that thing back on, it can spin so we can have a nice, fun fight.
And do you have any sort of strategy going into this match?
Kind of just front towards enemy. Hope I can get towards the bits that aren't spinning, and feed the fish. Feed the fish.
A classic strategy. I hope they get it working. I hope this fight happens, and I hope it's a good one. Good luck.
Thank you, Sam.
To you, Adam.
It looks like they're putting the top back on. We'll see if it works this time and we can get this fight going. A big horizontal bar spinner going up against a deadly vertical spinner is always a fun matchup, and that is good to see. Deadbot getting ready to go into their corner, moving around the arena. Haven't seen the weapon spin up, but drive is all you need to get going. Oh, and I'm hearing that, unfortunately, Deadbot is going to forfeit. They don't want to go into this fight without that weapon working and setting themselves up for a painful fight against Blue Marlin. So Blue Marlin is going to take this one via forfeit. That's going to be a bit disappointing. I think that would have been an entertaining fight. Something inside not working properly. Was it ESC syncing issue, an arming issue, a power issue? I'm sure they'll figure out it in the pits, and it's always painful once you find what that bug was after you have to forfeit like this. But back to Richard and Kyle for an update on what's next.
All right, we are getting ready for some 3-pound action. I gotta tell you, I feel bad for Thomas Weatherly, not able to get the bot ready for that fight. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause in our action that we've had here on KO Show, but that's okay. We're gonna build the anticipation for this next fight.
I am very much so looking forward to this. I don't know if you've seen this bot fight earlier today. Look at this little toad. Look at this little weird guy. He's got a little sad face. He's got little walking legs. This is Remy de Guzman. He is running this undercutter spinner, and it has been dominating
2, 1.
in this 3-pound class today.
Robots fight.
And they're off. Proper X getting in there, getting under there, and the exchanges are coming fast. And another hit. Proper X squaring up. Oh! Sparks and debris in cage 2. You'll love to see it. This is some fast and furious action here on the KO Show. We're less than a minute into this fight, and already it's full of a highlight reel worthy exchange between these two bots that simply won't back down.
I absolutely love this. So, Chaunacops, that's how you pronounce the name of Remy's robot. It is a experimental testbed robot for some things they might want to do to Monkfish in the future. I gotta tell you, it's doing pretty well right now. It took those early onslaught hits from Popper X well, and now it's dominating this part of the fight. Oh, that looks like an unstick was just called. That's what that blue lighting shift means.
So Proper X was dictating the pace of this fight while Chaunacops took the punishment, but now Proper X inverted and no weapon functionality whatsoever right now.
Also seems to be losing some of the bracketology for that weapon.
Wow.
This is Jordan. Jordan is, he's from Raleigh, North Carolina. 2-1 before this event.
Proper X getting a proper picking apart by Chaunacops.
Yeah, this
And
is
I hear the
very
countdown.
quickly going to become a knockout right now with just a minute left in this fight. Chaunacops, really cool robot, a lot of personality.
There it is.
Remy pretty happy with that performance.
Another KO for the KO show.
That's right. Chaunacops looking vicious. Like I said, this is the experimental testbed for Monkfish, which is Remy's wife's robot. Former Golden Dumpster winner. All around amazing robot. But she wasn't able to make it to this event, so he decided, you know what? I'll bring this abomination. I'll test out some stuff. I'll see what I can do with it.
So I have mad respect for Chaunacops after that, because the first 30 seconds I was like, oh, this is gonna be over quick.
Yeah.
And then it's a knockout, but in the other direction.
In its first fight of the day, its entire left side frame was cracked in half, and it still won its fight. This is a very well-designed, durable robot with a lot of redundancy in it. Remy has done an amazing job.
Takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Way to go, Chaunacops.
All right, we are now gonna go to the cage one, the big bots. Looks like, who's loading in here? Oh, there we go. That's a floor letter word. And that is Synthesis 30. Which Synthesis 30 are we getting today? Most of the day,
question.
we have had the world beater Synthesis 30. How is Corey Nason feeling?
Yeah, that was the question I saw several times in the chat during prelims. Which one is it?
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this spot. Now, Corey Nason is one of the best builders we have. In the 3-pound division, you would be hard-pressed to find a better builder than Corey Nason. But this weight class has been a struggle for him. He either shows up and dominates, or the bot just doesn't work at all. Today has been one of those latter days that he has been dominating from fight one, doing very, very well. Now, floor letter word, really consistent, but they've had kind of a rough day. Little mixed bag.
You'd really think that there'd be more happy mediums or middle grounds for robots, but really that just doesn't exist around here unless it's a lifter or control bot.
Yeah, not in this weight class at all. So floor letter word, it's a New Jersey robot. There you go, a little hometown action for me. Alex brings this pretty often. It is a 2-wheel drive horizontal spinner, ranked 84th overall, and it's got an overall record of 2 and 7. But we were talking about that mixed bag, 16 and 22 overall record for Synthesis 30, but they are ranked 13th after being here for 14 events. Grinding away.
Yeah.
Corey Nason is one dedicated fella.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and kick it over to Adam and Ricky. Gentlemen, how are you?
Thank you, Richard. Excited as always, really eager to see another big bot fight. How about you?
Well, I'm a little concerned that we've got another big horizontal bar spinner in here with the top off and the connections being checked. I don't want another forfeit. I want to see a big horizontal versus a big vert, and I am disappointed because now I'm seeing bots getting taken out of the box.
So I spoke with Alex a bit earlier. It sounded like all of those electronics were giving him fits the last day or two.
Yes, I heard they went through, what was it, 9 ESCs this week?
Right, this is one of the things, when you order your components from abroad, let's say, sometimes you just get a bad batch. Yeah. It's like a whole bin full of apples with one bad one in it.
I heard this would probably be, or possibly be, the last tournament for Floor Letter Word, and there will be a new robot, Floor Ducking Sake, that would be previewing next season.
Very eager. We're going to go over to Cage 2 while we wait for the next big robot fight to load up. Get a little bit of fun 3-pound action. Yeah, not dead yet. I think it's Purple Pain on the other side.
Third time's the charm here with a big horizontal versus a powerful vert. Let's hope.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Away we go. Very quick start from Not Dead Yet.
Wow.
Purple Pain sent across the arena.
That is what I've been wanting to see. Look at this KE. Both robots going flying and both still working.
It is incredible to me that you have so much energy in such a big package on one hand and such a tiny little spinner on the other, but both of them, wow!
Pieces coming off. That's a fork off of the front of Purple Pain.
Adam, you know how I like to say chunks. There are chunks starting in this fight, starting to litter the arena.
The bar on Not Dead Yet is very much looking dead.
Yeah, it is struggling to say the least. You can hear Purple Pain has wound down their weapon dramatically. They're just going to have some fun with their opponent right now.
It's looking to me, you are seeing it spin a little bit. It was very stuck before. Now you're getting a little bit of rotation, but definitely not powered. It's Not Dead Yet. Doesn't have a lot it can do. No wedge, no way to control with a functional weapon on Purple Pain.
Look at that pin. That is fantastic, Adam. Show control. Get a little bit of damage in the process, but mostly save your weapon.
Yep.
Excellent work.
Purple Pain just has to play this a little bit safe. Don't break yourself. Don't get stuck. And you've got this in the bag with 1 minute and 36 seconds left. But as we've seen all through the course of today, anything can happen. We've seen bots winning, suddenly light on fire, suddenly stop working, get high centered. But Purple Pain here looking pretty good, keeping the weapon spun down to a conservative speed, sending Not Dead Yet, flipping a little bit, but not causing themselves too much damage on the other end.
You can see Drew at this point is nothing more than an onlooker, making sure the family does the best they can. Oh, it's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Is the conservative aspect of Purple Pain going to come back to haunt them if Not Dead Yet can spin back up?
Maybe. Oh, look at that. That robot, that blade on Not Dead Yet has impacted its own chassis member.
I was thinking it seemed pretty stuck looking earlier.
Right. That is the trouble. And once that motor gets moving, it can usually keep going.
Yeah, but it doesn't have enough starting torque. These brushless motors don't like starting from a stuck load. You can see it came free now. Is there a hub motor or is that a belt drive in Not Dead Yet?
That's a great question. I didn't look closely enough. I believe it is a belt drive, but I'm not sure. We're going to come down to the last 10 seconds. This is going to be going to the judges.
Purple Pain, you got to think, has this one in the bag. Not Dead Yet. Almost coming back from the dead to take this one, but Purple Pain got to be confident going into a judge's decision. Although, will they regret not being more aggressive?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because certainly Purple Pain could have just chewed their opponent apart over the course of that fight. They chose to play it safe. Cost them a knockout, but might not have cost them a win. I still think they've got it in the bag if you're asking me personally, but we will have to go to the judges to find out for sure.
Yeah, I believe NotDeadYet is a hub motor, and they can be tricky, to get them able to withstand these impacts without something happening. It does seem like it might not have been the hub motor in this case. It seems like it was frame, but you never know. You remove parts, try and simplify it, but sometimes more goes on. Not 100% sure, but I think it's a hub.
It does look like it from the vantage points we've gotten since he asked that question. And so often these hub motors, they're subjected to such stresses. Bits and pieces of magnet tend to dislodge. Once that's in there, it's like trying to chew with gravel in your mouth.
Yeah.
And they do not like that, and I can understand. I don't like chewing gravel.
Boy, did NotDeadYet look scary when it was still operational. Purple Pain wasn't scared at all, going in, being aggressive when they needed to, getting the hits to keep NotDeadYet from working.
We're going to head back, finally get that big bot action. Cage 1 has got a fight loaded up for us. Nightcrawler is going to go against Procyon.
Nightcrawler had a rough outing earlier in the KO show. Looked like they were dominating and then suddenly got disemboweled. Will they be able to come back?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Procyon cautiously approaching his competitor. Nightcrawler losing all of these exchanges. We were just talking earlier about how amazing Nightcrawler can be sometimes in winning these back and forths. This is not their fight for them.
No, it's, they're on their back foot here early, but
wow!
a big
Talk about
hit.
Yeah, that is an immense amount of energy. And the weapon has stopped on Nightcrawler. We'll see if it restarts.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Not
but
spinning as fast as you would hope.
Yeah, that is an unhappy weapon, folks. Still, a spinning weapon is infinitely better than a still weapon. That is a tough piece of steel, and you can see how gouged and damaged it is. The forces in this arena are absolutely immense.
Nightcrawler, our number 8 seed tonight, just getting tossed across the arena from unranked Procyon.
Yeah, what an upset this would be. Bits and pieces. One of the front wedges has been removed from Procyon.
This is a back and forth brawl right now with 1 minute and 36 seconds left. Who is going to be able to show more before this fight ends, or maybe get the KO?
It could absolutely go either way, but Procyon really having a strong showing.
Nightcrawler getting tossed behind the house
side
robot.
Armor on Procyon's been dislodged. Structurally, that's okay, but boy, can that jam up the works when you're trying to drive.
Yeah, will that come back later? That is hanging on by a thread.
When they lost the front armor on the right side, that was half of the reinforcement for that armor on wow, what a position!
When you're stuck against the robot that's going to unstick you. Nightcrawler calling for the unstick. Our housebot spinning around trying to give it to him, and no, there you go. Now they are unstuck, but they're not moving. And that is a tap out. And what an upset. Unseated Procyon knocking out number 8, Nightcrawler.
Wow, that is an incredible performance for a robot that is new to this event. Bravo. Wow. You can see all the sportsmanship in the world cage side. I don't think anyone's walking away too unhappy, maybe a little disappointed, but...
You're always disappointed, but after a fight that was that exciting.
Speaking of that exciting, let's jump back into it. Look at that amazing hit from Nightcrawler. That was just about the time we were saying that they were having a hard time getting these exchanges, and then the tides turn. Look, the weapon has stopped. That puts Nightcrawler on their back foot, makes it incredibly hard for them to deliver damage. And even then, they still kept kicking as best they could. They took bits and pieces off of Procyon, but it wasn't enough.
It was this sequence in the corner around the housebot that eventually did Nightcrawler in. They got knocked up against the wall and just stopped moving completely. Was it a wire? Was it a switch? We won't know, but it's got to be painful to be in such a brawl and then just suddenly stop.
We're going to head on back to Richard and Kyle. Take it away, guys.
Oh man, that is the kind of heavyweight exchange that I like to see. Short of the tap out, that had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that was a very fun fight all the way around. I love Procyon, awesome robot. But right now, we are gonna go to Cage 2. And this one, we're gonna call Cage Side. Sam, will you call this one for us?
I'm so lucky. I'm like right up against the glass. I'm gonna call this one with and feel every vibration, every hit. We've got Elytra in the pink corner here, and in the blue corner, it is Little Man. Elytra got a big old vertical spinner. Little Man, a classic big wheel design. Got that vert right in between those two giant UHMW wheels. Both robots spinning up as soon as that F in fight robots fight. Some cautious approaches though. Little Man just looking to straddle Elytra, but Elytra gets the first exchange. A little unstable, but managed to wobble back onto their wheels. I'm hearing a rev up in the cage. If Elytra can keep getting these broadside hits, it's going to be a tough one for Little Man, but ooh, Little Man roofs Elytra. All right, it seems like Matt Lantry has found his footing, is getting the better of these exchanges. Elytra getting popped left and right. They need to hit that broadside. You can see the TPU armor starting to peel away on Elytra. That left side especially, and now it seems that they're having some drive issues with that left side. Ooh, that hit made Little Man a bit of a parallelogram. Still managing to meander over to Elytra and get solid hits though. As Elytra is now crab walking, trying to connect with those big UHMW wheels. Elytra staying posted up in the middle of the arena. Ooh. Bit of a juggle there, 2-hit combo. Now I'm not seeing any spin on Little Man. Is he preserving or is he down? Ooh! A suplex. All right, I see the throttle stick all the way down on Little Man's controller, so he might just be holding off for showing that spin at the end of the fight, finishing with a bang. Elytra keeps spinning this entire time. Another interesting exchange as they're temporarily locking horns. "15 seconds left in this match. Are we gonna see a spin up on Little Man? I see some loose screws hanging out the bottom of it. And that throttle stick didn't get touched. That's gonna go to the judges. That was a good match. Both robots had some good exchanges. Both still mostly functional at the end. Richard and Kyle, what do you all think of that fight?
I think Little Man lost their weapon pretty darn early on in that fight, and I like that the weapon could hit Little Man everywhere in the arena. That was a really nice kind of combination of designs for this matchup. Yeah, this one's going to be an easy one.
Yeah, judge's decision, but sometimes the decision is already made up regardless of how long the fight goes.
All right, we are going to head over to Cage 1, where it looks like we have some big bots loaded in already. We've got Bagheera, and we've got one of the coolest new bots today. That's right, Kitt. Don't hassle the Hoff. Loaded in. I'm very excited to see this matchup.
I love all the details about Kitt, including the lights on the back, but man, Bagheera, one of my personal favorite bots out there because it's a cat theme. I mean, obviously. But this one, I think this fight is going to be one that we talk about after the first KO show.
We might be having a forfeit here. It's been a rough day for both of these bots,
I
but
spoke too soon.
I wonder what's happening. And are we going to have a continuation of this horizontal, the curse that we've been dealing with here in the KO show? I think this would end up being the third.
This is like the third announcer's jinx that we've had today.
Oh yeah, that does keep happening. Well, you know, we try to hype everybody up. We try to put everybody over, but so we've got okay.
Oh, and the bots have been taken out of the cage.
So officially, the horizontal curse continues. Kitt has forfeited. Now let's go ahead and say it. New bot, cool design, love the theming. But you know, these things happen. It's been a rough day.
Clearly, Kitt has some kinks to work out.
Absolutely.
I think they'll come back. I mean, you put that much attention to detail into the design of your bot, you're taking it serious. There's just maybe a few things that got overlooked. We had a long break, but who knows, maybe they took a vacation, and now you're like, oh, I was supposed to do that thing. Well, we don't like to see it, but it happens. So, Kitt, we'll see you the next time.
Do you know who the voice of Kitt was on the Knight Rider TV show? Do you remember that?
I don't, but I bet you're going to tell me.
It was, this is a name you'll remember. Do you remember Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World?
Ooh.
Same guy.
Same guy.
Weird, right? All right, so we are going to break down the top 6 stories that we are following today. How are you guys doing? It has been a ridiculous KO show so far. So let's go into those top 6 stories that we're following right now. First and foremost, Ares, MIT, the god of war, #1 seed, are looking in top form today. Is this the strongest version of Ares we have ever seen? I think so.
And NHRL World Domination continues. China teams not doing so hot, but Brazil has brought it, as well as the one team from Mexico.
That's right.
Wow, very impressive. And then we'll see how the teams from Europe do.
Absolutely. And I will go ahead and say this, Drew Davis and the entire Davis family having a banner day. But what we're watching very closely is, will Drew Davis qualify for his 5th in a row World Championships? He has a chance in 2 separate weight classes, 12 pound and 3 pounds. And if he is able to accomplish this feat, he will be one of 2 competitors in NHRL history to qualify for 5 World Championships in a row. The other one being Jameson Go. Absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see how
That's some pretty good company, if you ask me.
Pretty good company right
And
there.
now, everybody with me, a big hold your breath. We are waiting to see what happens with the defending world champs Slam Plan. Will they qualify? The anticipation is building. You could cut the tension with a knife, Kyle.
Absolutely. Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, and Slam Plan having quite a day. Will he qualify for the World Championships this year and defend that golden bread? All right, so we also have the story that we're following with WPI's triumphant return to the 3 pound weight class. Now, classically, WPI has owned this weight class, but they've been gone for a while. They are back now in full force. They are going crazy with Red Herring. They're going crazy with Red Panda, Comet, and Eruption looking super strong in this event. So we are very excited to see how they progress in that 3-pound division and how many of their bots they'll be able to qualify for the World Championships at the end of the year.
But Kyle, that's the 3-pounders. This is KO show, all right? We want some heavy-hitting knockouts, and we've been getting that with the 30-pound division. The big boys are bringing it. They're swinging it. It's KO show time.
All right, so we are loaded into Cage 2 right now, and let's go to Adam and Ricky in the booth to call this action.
Oh, I am pleased to do so. We got quite a fight coming for you. Blunder's going to be hitting Baby Dead Bod.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Both robots out of their corner, and Blunder running into the wall. That's not how they wanted to start. Baby Deadbot taking advantage out of the gate. Blunder is a shuffler, meaning they got 50% more weight, an extra 1.5 pounds in this 3-pound fight. But it looks like something is up, as they are not driving quite right.
Yeah, they are struggling at this point. Those shufflers can be tough to get right, and they can be delicate when not done perfect.
You get a weight bonus, but that's because they're hard to build, and it looks like they have been slowing down. Baby Deadbot, though, taking it a little easy here. Blunder's weapon's extremely powerful, and they don't want to go head into it if they don't have to. Do you think they should be more aggressive here, Rick?
I really do. This is, it's one thing to be careful, but they have some opportunities, especially with their weapon running at a lower speed.
Oh, and there they go, spinning it up a bit more.
I see their strategy now. What they're trying to do is get into a good position, and that's when they spin up and attack.
Now it's stopped. Do you think that's tactical?
I kind of doubt it. That's not... It's one thing to slow it down. It's another thing to stop it entirely at this point.
Blunder here calling for an unstick. I guess being asked to show movement, not really showing any movement. The only movement's coming from that weapon. I don't know if that's going to count.
Yeah, they're vibrating about the arena, but that's not the same as driving. We do count it, but it's...
And that's the tap out, and Baby Deadbot might be escaping by the skin of their teeth on that one, Ricky.
Yeah, that is a lucky, lucky break. See, very
Blunder
relief.
Earlier today was very reliable, bullying people around the arena. They come out here, I saw it looked like a washer fly across the arena and then nothing out of their drive. Blunder just slowing down after that point. Baby Deadbot walking away with the win. We saw them lose earlier with their 12-pounder. They've flown in from the United Kingdom. So nice to see them getting some wins here and making that trip across the Atlantic worth it.
You can see them making the robots safe. Can get that Baby Deadbot out of the arena, back to the pits, figure out what happened with that weapon. I really do not think that that was a strategic spin down. That had to be damage.
That was a pivotal moment of the fight, so not usually when you would spin down, you never know. They looked excited. Let's go down to Sam and see what he's got to say here.
Yeah, I'm with Thomas from Baby Deadbot and also the 12-pound Deadbot.
Don't remind me about that one.
I have to remind you about that because this seemed kind of like a bit of a redemption. What happened in the 12-pound cage?
Honestly, I don't know. It worked perfectly upstairs. Went to drive it earlier and it was fine. And then just for some reason didn't want to work.
And that must have made this fight feel like a bit of a relief. How was that for you?
Oh, it felt amazing. That robot is... I faced something like that in the UK. And when I faced it in the UK, it hit me once there and took out everything. To now survive that and actually win, even though it's a bit of a fluke, I'm still so happy.
A fluke win is still a win, and you're still in the tournament, so good luck in your future matches, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're and Kyle. Gentlemen?
Score one for the team from Europe, man.
Yeah, the UK team doing really, really well. Baby Deadbot is one of the best horizontals in their beetle weight scene, which is their equivalent to our 3-pound scene. It's the more metric-y version, you know? But he does very well there, so I'm glad to see he's doing well here today and moving on in the tournament. I hope that they're able to continue on and have a very good day.
And now to cage one for some action.
I am so excited for these bots. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Deadrise. They're going to be taking on Madstone. And look at this beautiful new horizontal spinner from Bots FC. It is just gorgeous. I love the back plate. I cannot wait to see this fight. Will the horizontal curse continue? I hope not.
I hope not either, but that thing has Denver Bronco colors. That might be a curse in itself, Kyle.
I am not here to comment on that. Madstone looking vicious, but do not count Deadrise out. They are a big, wide vertical spinner with a vicious weapon. Overall 4-3 record, but Madstone, they're pretty new here. They're got a 1-1 record so far for the day. It's nice to see the Bots FC team bringing something new and doing really, really well with it.
Now, weapon and design-wise, this is a beautiful matchup. I just want to see it happen. Like, the anticipation is killing me here. You keep talking about that horizontal curse. You need to stop it with that, because I want to see a good fight here.
So far, they've been working pretty well today, especially for a new bot. So I think it's going to be fine. Look at that anti-horizontal strategy right there.
Yes.
Very thoughtful. Deadrise having some of the coolest moments in the matchup today. Breaking our arena door
yeah.
early in the day, if you want to go back and watch those on the Brett Zone. And then not long after that, getting broken itself by Phenomenon. 1-1 record. They had a one-shot KO for their first matchup, and they ended up damaging the arena door to the point where we had to grind it back down into shape.
So do we send him an invoice for that? Is that how that works?
No, that's included in your registration for the event. All right, so we are going to call this beautiful big bot action. Adam and Ricky, take it away.
Thanks so much. I'm pretty excited, and I am here with perhaps the world's most impartial man, Adam Wrigley. He's going to help me call this fight.
Of course, generally part of Bots FC not running this bot today, but we've got our horizontal going up against the robot, surprisingly similar to our vertical emulsifier. Although I see that Deadrise has removed their treads, going with wheels here and an interesting anti-horizontal setup.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Both robots spun up out of the gate, and what a hit!
The wheel immediately popping off of Madstone. Something popping off from somewhere else.
Both robots still spinning here. Madstone trying to keep that weapon pointed at Deadrise. Deadrise trying to get that wheel. Madstone doesn't want to let him have it.
Oh, doing backflips
Taking
on
it
top
out
of Fluffy.
On our house bot, calling for the unstick here. They're a little bit high-centered. Everything's still spinning.
There it goes. Now it's
whoa! And another weapon-to-weapon hit, able to get off the wall there. These are massive hits. Still spinning.
A big part of the blue butt on
not driving at the end. The crowd loves it. Deadrise able to take it. Unfortunate first hit, ripping off Madstone's wheel. Still a valiant effort. Lots of weapon-to-weapon hits. Both bots still mostly operational. Looked like they just got a little bit too high-centered there. Unable to keep going after losing that wheel. Quite the performance from Deadrise. You got to think they're the one to beat tonight.
You know, for someone nominally on the same team as these gentlemen, you took a lot of glee in seeing them taken apart.
Well, a good fight is a good fight.
Sure is. Let's see a little more of that good fight right now in this instant replay. You can see the wheel and some other parts. I couldn't even tell what. Shooting off of Madstone. Deadrise scoping out his opponent and then setting him up into the air again. One more hit and it sends. I love this. The weapon on Deadrise didn't even hit the back of Deadstone, and the force alone tore that back apart, I think. Incredible. Gleeful faces cage side, excited crowd. Great fight.
You can see the remnants of Madstone pushed near the door as they try to figure out how to turn it off.
Yeah, it's interesting when you have to disable a robot when a lot of that robot is suddenly missing. Sometimes you got to assess, is the power switch even there to turn off?
We did try a lot of new things with Madstone here. Not all of them worked out, but we'll be back. And
Find out
we'll
soon enough.
Toss it over to Sam and hear what he has to say
Oh
down
my
on the cage
goodness.
side.
That was so gnarly. Joe, how do you make this robot hit so hard?
AR-600, a 5692 motor, spun up to just under 3 miles an hour. It'll hit like a tank.
And why weren't you afraid to go weapon to weapon?
You think I wasn't afraid? I know what kind of bots I can build, but you know what? We're here to test our robots. I'm going for finals. Today's a testing event. I think we passed our own test.
I think so too. I cannot wait for your next fights. That was so awesome. I'm still juiced. Kyle and Richard, take it away.
That was a strategically perfect match from Joe Copenhaver. The right configuration for his armor, exactly the right driving strategy, and gorgeous hits. I loved that matchup.
That's the 30-pound bracket, man. That's the kind of action we've been expecting. And now to cage 2.
All right, so we've got Rorschach taking on Iron Warrior. 3-pound action coming your way. Let's go to our friends Adam and Ricky to give us this breakdown. Go ahead, guys.
I am excited. Honestly, I love that sky shot. These robots are looking fierce today.
Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Iron Warrior up to a very fast start. Looking good in yellow. Flipped up on its head and immediately self-rights.
Pretty good ground game early from Rorschach. Nice combo hit
Wow,
here.
I'm seeing less and less movement. Something is awry on Iron Warrior.
Yeah, they're getting shredded, that TPU.
Oh, the smoke is out! That's a battery!
And that is a dead robot.
We have a wonderful new ventilation system for cage number 2. Look at that tornado! Incredible.
Knockout.
What a hit. That is a lot of lipo smoke. You can see our cage side breaking out the space suit. We're going to get this out of the building as soon as the smoke seems to calm down a little bit. As long as it remains in that arena, all of that is safely sucked up and pushed outside. So you can hear them. They're talking about the cells in a battery. Each battery, by definition of battery, has multiple cells within it. Each of those can pop and catch fire individually. Our cage side managers take a look and they say, oh, wow, that's a burst of smoke. That's a burst of smoke. They can count how many bursts of smoke are likely to happen based on the size and configuration of the battery, and they wait until the worst of the smoke production is over before they begin to move it out of the arena.
Because these are very difficult to put out, but they burn out relatively quickly. size of the batteries, and these are fairly small. Brutal series of hits there from Rorschach, able to find the battery with one of them. What's interesting here is I'm not seeing on the base plate much damage. I wonder if they came through the top plate to hit the battery.
It's a great question. We may well get a good view of it if they flip this upside down as they are extracting it from the cage. It's also possible you can see those lightweighting holes on the bottom of the robot. It's very easy for something sharp to get shoved through one of those holes and right into a battery.
Yeah, there's a little nick at the back there. You never know what could do it, where are the batteries. Whenever you're laying out a robot too, you're thinking, where do I put this battery? Where's least likely to get hit? Try to put the batteries there, but when you're tumbling through the air, you don't have much control over which part of your robot's getting hit.
We're going to send it over to Sam. He's on scene with all the volatile organic compounds. Sam, take it away.
I am cage side at cage 2, and I saw a living fly in the cage, which seems like a terrible place for a poor little insect to be. It's buzzing around now that the doors are open. It's getting a touch of CO2, but it's still flying around. Oh, it almost made it out. But the doors are now back closed. Whoa, cool tornado from our negative air pressure system. Now it looks like Iron Warrior is, I can't tell if it's smoking or if it's just the CO2 from the extinguisher. But it looks like Jim Haney, our referee, is suiting up and he's gonna get in there, extract Iron Warrior and deposit it into our mobile sand bucket where we will remove it from the building. If there's any further flames that lick up, they will be happening outside. And I've lost sight of that fly, but I'm gonna hope it's okay. Big props to the NHRL safe crew. This is how we keep things going. Kyle? Richard?
Wow. Okay, I've got to tell you, and I'm going to go ahead and say it, I would not want to be stuck in there with Rorschach.
No.
That was impressive. This is a Repeat Robotics hub motor robot, flexible body. Let's check out that replay action. I cannot wait to see these hits.
Yeah, who signed up for the smoke show today on the KO show? That was something else, man. Look at these hits. Look at the debris and the sparks flying. Just blow after blow. And that one hits the cage ceiling, and that's the start of the smoke show.
Amazing. This is Daniel with Iron Warrior from the LBT Youth Robotics Club from Shanghai, China. So glad they were able to make it out and give us this amazing moment and this highlight-worthy moment right here in this fight. Epic. I love it. And you know what? They get to go back with a little bit less weight in their luggage.
Yeah, there's the small, I guess, moral victories or the little things.
It is amazing to have so many international teams here today. The fact that we have such a cool contingent of robots from China, absolutely epic. And that's a cool looking robot, but man, hard to go up against that bot. That was an amazing performance from Rorschach.
And here we have our lovely crowd in attendance for the KO show. Say hi to your mom, hi to your dad, hi to your kids, whoever. And there's a great shot of the backside of us right there as we look around the bowl. And there is what remains of the floor of cage number 1. Cage number 2, I think it looks a little worse for wear, but it's the KO show, man.
We have been seeing epic knockouts all day today. That last fight was no exception. Just beautiful lipo fire. Safely removed from the building by referee Jim Haney. But man, that was great. And I gotta tell you, I love these clear kick plates. That's an addition that we made for this year. You just get a slightly better view of everything.
Yes. Yeah, it's been a lot of improvements, a lot of changes over the break. Us on this podium, the No More Desk, and we've got mobility, we've got the KO show. So many new things to experiment with and look forward to. But I think, I mean, for my sake, I have loved what we've been seeing. Crowd is enjoying, obviously, all the action and the fights. We love having you guys. How have you enjoyed the fights so far? Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
What's not to like? Just destruction and mayhem all day long. Fires, robots falling apart, cage doors need to be grinded back into place.
A little Saturday afternoon robot carnage just before dinner.
How else would you spend your day, right? You're in Norwalk, Connecticut, go get some nice pizza, check out the aquarium, and then come here and watch some robots get destroyed. It's a good day.
And you get to hear from Sam, who looks great with his jacket. I mean, fashion statement received. He just looks fantastic.
Look at he's prying out, I think, a piece of Iron Warrior that got wedged between the cage wall and the floor.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, not healthy, not happy.
Now, when in doubt, use the pliers.
There we go, got all of it out of there. Yeah, rough fight. Rorschach is a tough-looking bot from Texas. Let's check out the pits now.
Everybody's up there watching, waiting, or working, depending on where you're at in today's action. Primetime pits is where you want to be. We're starting to see more and more bodies fill up those tables. That's it right there. That is where you want to be tonight for prime time.
You can see the MIT team is already loaded in over there. And these two fellas, what are they doing over there?
Hi, guys.
Yeah, they're
Good
having
to
a
see
good
ya.
time.
They're excited for prime time.
Absolutely.
But man, the pits, always a fun scene. Prime time hits a little different in that area, but during the day, just to see everybody working on their bots, coming and going down for fights, coming back up for repairs. But then this is kind of that lull where, you're waiting to see maybe who you fight next and whatnot.
All right, we've got some pandemonium going on. Listen, we're going to go over into Cage 1 right now and bring you some big bot action.
Overlord and Touro Feather. That is another one of our Brazilian bad boys. Team Rio bots, man. They had a little bit of difficulty making way, but have been successful as we all pause to increase the anticipation and add a little bit of dramatics to it. But I think this one is going to fit the bill and be a great fight. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, this is Lyndon Siegel's bot. Overlord, giant weapon on that guy, big wide body. It's overall ranked 44 in the competition, and its overall record is 4-6. Most of those wins, actually all of those wins, are knockouts. All right, so we're gonna go to our good friends, Adam and Ricky, to call this fight.
Thanks so much, Kyle. This is gonna be a great one. I gotta say, the hits that get doled out by Overlord today feel like they've leveled up. Would you agree with that, Adam?
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy fight, and the most insane thing is the winner of this fight is going to fight Ares next.
Boy, it is a out of the frying pan into the fire situation if I've ever heard one. Of course, Overlord and Touro Feather are both really intense robots. We can see there's a little drive issue right now on Touro Feather. We'll see if they can get it together and get this robot ready, but they are struggling.
Still seeing some transmitter issues on the Touro side of the box. There's no horizontals here, so I don't know why they're, it's not the horizontal curse this time. Oh, but we've got a report from Sam down on cage side.
Yes, I just overheard the Riobots team saying that this is the same remote they use for both their 3-pounder and their 30-pounder, and when they switch settings from the 3-pounder to the 30-pounder, things can get a little weird. So right now they're actively trying to reset their settings on the 30-pound robot, and it looks like it's successful. They're under control now, the weapon is spinning, and the drive is twitching. So it's looking good on this end. Back to y'all in the booth.
Let's hope they get that dialed in. This is, of course, Riobots flying here from Brazil. Don't have infinite luggage space, so reusing a transmitter makes sense, but what an unfortunate turn of events here, having issues with it at this point.
Yeah, remember, they only have a limited amount of time to figure this out. We don't give you forever cage side. Even if it's just a transmitter problem, you still got to do it quick.
Looks like they're dialed in.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Interestingly slow spin up on Touro Feather, and a big hit from Overlord.
Overlord dishing out hits. Touro Feather stuck on the wall, inching their way off.
Well, Touro Feather is a brick of a robot, so even these big hits are going into just big pieces of metal. But that doesn't mean they don't hurt.
Touro Feather has had reliability issues today. Can they take these hits from Overlord?
It's going to be tough, but both these robots are definitely trying their best. Exceptional driving from Overlord right now. Really effectively corralling Touro Feather. But interestingly, losing the weapon exchanges, at least on occasion. Oh, do I see that Touro Feather's weapon is down? Yes, it is.
Wow.
That's that reliability you're talking to, Adam.
That is going to be an uphill climb. Now, Overlord doesn't really have a wedge. It does have these forks, and they're using that there to shove Touro Feather across the arena. Without a weapon and with their top plate hanging on by a thread, Touro Feather has their work cut out for them here.
Still interesting. Touro Feather can get under its opponent even without a working weapon. Very impressive, especially without wedges or forks.
They're not giving up. They keep going in weapon first, trying to stop Overlord. That's all they can hope for here.
They are certainly scoring some control and aggression points with these exchanges. Really well done. And the weapon is back up.
Wow.
On Touro Feather. It is spinning. I can't tell how well it's spinning.
And these reliability issues plaguing them all day here. They did make some changes to that weapon arrangement, trying to make it more reliable. Looks like maybe the opposite happened. Overlord still spinning, still driving, but not dominating as much as I would think. And now
the weapon's becoming
weapon
issues.
issues.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's tough. There's so many robots now that are primarily plastic or soft metal, and you go up against a brick in the form of Touro Feather. It's like punching a brick wall.
Every one of those hits is dealing just as much force to you, and now, back up to speed. But is Overlord having drive issues as they sort of crab walk?
Their right-hand side is down as we approach the 10-second mark. This will almost certainly go to the judges.
Touro Feather also having drive issues. Both robots, drive issues, intermittent weapon issues. That is a closer fight than I think either would have wanted.
Oh, and there's the weapon spinning up.
Overlord spinning up at the end. That is probably going to swing this wildly in their favor for the judge's decision. I think I would have given it to him without that. But this is going to the judges as Touro Feather able to withstand a full 3 minutes of hits from Overlord after their weapon became intermittent.
Oh, looks like there might be some controversy cage side.
I wonder what it is. Maybe Sam is overhearing what's happening.
I think I saw a bit of smoke coming off of Touro Feather as well.
Maybe controversy in the function test. What is or isn't working?
Yeah, and how long does it work? Remember, if your weapon goes down in the middle of that functionality test, that means it was damaged during the fight.
Yeah.
That will still count against you. Even if you make it across the line, you still have to be functional when you go to park,
Yeah,
so
I
to
think
speak.
you have to say that the weapon seemed intermittent at the end. Of course, drivers always like to say, oh, I spun down on purpose.
Yeah, well, you have to prove it. That's the trouble. No, I am very curious as to what's going on cage side. Of course, we are waiting on a judge's decision, but the judge's decision can't be done always if there's something up in the air that has to be decided by the referees.
For these function tests to come in. Looks like they're done with the function test. Let's send it down to Richard and Kyle for an update.
Yes, thank you guys. From one Brazilian bot to another, over in another cage, we have Mini Touro and Gold Coin, Kyle.
Yeah, and there were some major transmitter issues at the beginning of this fight. Both bots looking really punch drunk by the end there. Really interested to see what the judges have to say. But my question is, will those transmitter issues translate over to Mini Touro? I know they've been sharing transmitters throughout the day for their large and small bots. So will that issue continue?
I gotta tell you, in my experience with combat robotics, there is no worse issue than that of an issue with your transmitter, because everything else can be working great, going fine, but it's that one thing. It's like losing the key to your car, man.
Absolutely. And you can see Gold Coin over there putting some tape armor on to protect those last minute components that they have on top. Gold Coin looking really cool. I love the design of these bots. Look at those big wheels in the back.
Yeah, very well put together bot. I always compliment the builders of the teams that have ones that look like they were specifically designed and put together as if each part was made for it and not just scrapped together with parts from the garage. And so now we're gonna go ahead and send it to the booth to call this fight. Ricky, Adam, go guys.
This is a fun international fight here. We've got Riobots and Mini Touro out of Brazil and Gold Coin from Shanghai. The builder of this robot is 11 years old and coached by the builders of Railgun Max, a heavyweight robot. This will be fun to see. Similar styles, Mini Touro more of a drum, Gold Coin more of a Drisk, a little bit narrower. Who's going to come up ahead here?
This is also very much a old guns versus the young bloods situation.
A little bit of tape armor on the top of Gold Coin.
Yeah, we saw some interesting damage there before.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Strong start from Gold Coin. Interesting engagement. They're riding up on its opponent. See Mini Touro doing backflips. Once that robot is unstable, it takes a little bit of time for it to reseat itself.
The larger Toros have a smaller kind of weapon to chassis size. Mini Touro has a beefy drum on the front.
Yeah, that weight on that drum alone must be a third of the robot at minimum.
Gold Coin not scared of that, just chasing Touro down. This is points in Gold Coin's favor for control, although they are now taking hits of their own. This is a strategic fight here as both drivers dancing around the arena trying to line up the perfect hit.
Yeah, very cautious driving. You don't see that out of an 11-year-old every day.
No, this is an impressive form for such a young driver. What a hit there.
Of course, they are being coached by some of their nation's best.
Back and forth fight. It looks like the belt has come off of Gold Coin's weapon.
That
Mini
is-
Touro also quiet right now.
It's going to be a game changer for, both these teams if both weapons have gone down.
Looks like Mini Touro's weapon is working, but they've slowed it down, I would think, for some control here.
Yeah, I think you are right. This doesn't sound like an injured weapon. It sounds like a carefully plotting weapon.
A minute left in this fight. Mini Touro wants to get control, aggression, and damage here. After the first 2 minutes of the fight, they were sort of flopping around the arena. Did manage to knock off the belt of Gold Coin.
I gotta say, Mini Touro starting with a little punch drunk. I don't know what's off with their control right now, but they are not lining up and sinking these putts the way you'd expect.
Not seeing the type of control you would expect. Gold Coin, of course, now upside down and weaponless, not really having the same control they had when they were on their feet. 20 seconds left in this round of 48 fight in the 3-pound bracket. Winner moves on. Loser is unfortunately going home. Mini Touro out of Brazil. Gold Coin out of Shanghai. I think this is going to go to Mini Touro.
I have a feeling you are right.
Spinning on to show off in the last second there for the judges. Letting them know they're still at full power. As Gold Coin ends the fight upside down, but an impressive performance from the 11-year-old George out of Shanghai.
He looks pretty pleased, and as well as he should. They're doing their functionality test. The judges are going to make their appraisals. We're going to find out shortly just what happened in that fight.
Mini Touro takes that one. Gold Coin will end the day with 2 wins, 2 losses. Not bad for a first showing, but let's take a look at the replays. See early on some good driving, some good hits there from Gold Coin. A real back and forth driver's battle, but once the belt was lost on Gold Coin, the fight completely changed. Going to the judges, but tremendous comeback from Mini Touro. Controlled. But as we move forward in the tournament, I think we're going to want to see more driving skill out of Mini Touro if they want to keep this going deep into the night, because that worked here, but I don't know if that's going to work as we move forward. They're going to need to figure out the control issues that have been plaguing them. Looks like we got a big bot fight lining up. Let's send it down to Richard and Kyle to let us know what's up.
All right, so we've got some big news from the big box earlier. That's right. Overlord, by judge's decision, beats Touro Feather. Wow. That's an interesting little upset right there, so we'll see how that goes for that team. But as far as the big box goes right now, we've got world champion Slam Plan in the box at this very moment. The business cat himself, Brendan Steele. I am very excited to see this matchup. Will Brendan qualify for the World Championship so he can defend that golden Brett in the 12-pound weight class?
The question we've been asking all KO show, does he have a plan? Does Slam Plan have a plan to get to the qualifiers?
The plan is always to slam. And over on the other side of the box, that's right, it's Drew Davis. He is trying desperately to qualify in both of these weight classes. There's only one thing standing between him and qualifying in this 12-pound bracket, and that is world champion Slam Plan. Man, Blackjack has had a wonderful day today. Very consistently driven robot, but Slam Plan is designed to destroy a robot like Blackjack.
Yeah, this one is one that we have been waiting for. This is what the KO show was made to do, is highlight 2 teams, 2 bots, 1 cage to move on or go home. And now we're going to send it to the booth. Ricky, Adam, the pleasure is yours.
It sure is. I cannot wait to see Slam Plan dish out some damage and see how it gets
5,
handled on the other end.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Both robots off to a cautious start. Blackjack getting popped up in the air there.
Ooh, that is
wow! Oh, that was a crunchy hit.
Blackjack set that up for Slam Plan and did so again. I don't think they can move.
No. No, it came back a little bit.
They are looking very dead. Slam Plan is just backing to the door. There's the tap out. Slam Plan showing off why they are the #1 ranked 12-pounder. That was a brutal dismantling of Blackjack. Nothing Blackjack could do. They flipped upside down off the engagement and just teed themselves up for a brutal hit from Slam Plan, like they were kicking a field goal.
Very cool. I gotta say, Slam Plan is just such a fierce robot. That weapon blade is so sharp and digs so deep. It's incredible. We're gonna go into the replay. You can see some of these hits. Drew Davis off to a reasonable start, then gets popped right in the mouth. He's lined up. Slam Plan comes in and throws him across the arena. Somersault after somersault, and that was frankly the end. There were a couple more token hits, but at that point, the damage had been done. Slam Plan was going to walk its way to a relatively easy victory. They'll be going into their next match feeling pumped, and with relatively little damage, they're going to have an easy time in the pits. You get a great view. Look at the damage, the skid marks, the gouges, the divots on cage 1 really starting to add up.
This is all part of the game. For robots that make it later into the day, into the night, how you deal with the changing floor condition is how you win or lose. The robots who are bringing home the dumpster work on these chewed up floors. It's something you don't have to deal with until you make it this far, and can be a bit of a surprise sometimes for some of the robots making it late into the night for the first time.
Makes sense. Let's go over to Sam. I think he's got some information cage side.
Yes, I am with Brendan Steele right here. You just won that fight, and as the reigning champion, how is the pressure in this tournament?
Honestly, it's not too bad. I feel pretty good about my chances. I'm not trying to call my shot, but right now, as is, Slam Plan has never lost a tournament. It has only lost a few fights, I think 2 fights to be exact. So if I can pull this off, it might be one of the winningest robots.
Yeah, that would be a wild stat to have on your robot. Can you tell me about your wheels in this one? I see you've got a different tread system. What have you got going on this time?
Yeah, so this time I've got polyurethane with steel mesh reinforcement inside. There's zip ties running through the mesh and through the wheel, so ideally it's held on a lot stronger than the previous method, which was the bike inner tube.
Nice. Well, thank you, and good luck in the rest of this tournament, and who knows, maybe you can do it. Most winningest 12-pounder. Back to Kyle and Richard.
Oh my goodness, Brendan Steele making it look easy with Slam Plan today. He's got Robo-Cat next. That's a great matchup for him. He's got a good chance. All right, we are now cage 2. Check it out. We've got some small bot action, some shuffler bot action. Let's go to Adam and Ricky to call this fight.
ColdSnap versus Lifeline. This is gonna be a brutal fight. Lifeline is slicing people in half tonight. Oh, I'm hearing there's an issue at the box.
that they're working through. They're resetting the terminal, so we should still be good to go. ColdSnap is a brutal horizontal undercutter with a shuffler system. It's going to give them 50% more weight in this fight. They're going to weigh 4.5 pounds against the 3 of Lifeline. Looks like we're back on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Right out the gate, ColdSnap not letting Lifeline get any control here. Lifeline needs a pause in the action to bring that saw down. They're not getting one as bits and pieces of wheels are going flying. This is going to be hard to come back from, Ricky.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. There's pieces everywhere.
Oh.
Nothing seems to be working. I'm seeing, oh, there it is. Just a little bit of twitching, a little bit of movement. Don't call them dead yet, but it is close.
Got one wheel left of the 4 they started with.
And talk about needing a lifeline. This is their moment, and they have tapped.
We're not gonna see that saw digging at anyone else tonight, unfortunately, but what a victory from ColdSnap, devouring Lifeline.
Weapon locks in. How are we doing?
ColdSnap, that is going to bring them to 12-2 overall. I think that's going to drop Lifeline down to 3-2.
ColdSnap is putting our cage staff to the test. That's a lot of debris for them to clean up. I heard a couple of the people cage side asking about the integrity of our walls and our kick plates. You can see that new clear kick plate, excuse me, is great, but it gets damaged up. We're gonna head over to cage 1. We're gonna go right into another fight. Hard to say. I think I see Blue Marlin in the blue corner.
This is Blue Marlin versus Void, so we're gonna have some vert on vert action. Blue Marlin, one of the best 2-wheel drive verts that we've got, but going up against Void, an even better 4-wheel drive vert. 18th ranked overall robot, going up against the 8th overall in the world.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both robots spinning up here. Big first hit. Both robots going flying after the engagements here. Blue Marlin flipping over Void. Getting some hits on the top panel.
This is a big fight. The winner here will be qualifying for prime time.
Both teams want to take this. Oh, Blue Marlin going flying on that engagement. Back and forth here. Blue Marlin trying for the upset. The chat is saying feed the fish.
The Blue Marlin love is just so heartwarming and so horrifying sometimes.
Void doesn't want to be fish food here. Fighting hard. Tearing off the wedge
The
of Blue
entire
Marlin.
front wedge. That's a tap out. They are moving, but boy.
What a change. 1 second, Blue Marlin. The next, there goes the wedge. Tap out.
Incredible, incredible. Void really packed some punishment into those hits. Sometimes it's not obvious until parts start flying, but each one of those hits can really do damage.
That is why Void is seeded 4th tonight for this tournament.
Amazing. Zach Knight walking up there. He's looking Amused.
The
Be amused.
fish is going home hungry. Let's see how it happened. Right off the bat, both robots doing well. Blue Marlin with some big hits. But there goes the wedge, and there's the tap out. I wonder, they started moving again. Do you think they tapped out too early, or do you think it was best without that wedge?
Yeah, I don't know if they intended it that way, but I think it might have been at least easier on their pocketbooks that they tapped out when they did, because they were barely moving. They
Look
weren't
at
gonna
how
be able.
bent that wedge is as he holds it up. Let's go down to Richard and Kyle.
Trevor Summer owning it with the Void right there. Really
Yeah.
impressive matchup. You know, that was some team defective on team defective violence in that fight.
Well, they're a big enough team. It's going to happen from time to time.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable. All right, we are going to go into Cage 2, where we have some 3-pound robot action. And there you see the Davis family standing by, ready to fight. Let's go to Adam and Ricky in this booth to call this fight.
Purple Pain lined up, ready to go. Such a pretty color scheme, and I dig those
5,
brass knuckles.
4,
How about you?
3.
Well, now I just have the song stuck in my head.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Voxel V1 dancing around, and that dance paid off. I guess they've been practicing, because that was a great hit, throwing Purple Pain on its head. Wow! Great roof shot. Voxel sending Purple Pain into the ceiling.
It looks like, yeah, we've got an unstick request from Voxel. Something has gone wrong.
Well, it's been jarred loose, but it still seems a little bit off.
Yeah, whenever something like that happens, you got to be careful. Now you know that your forks have an issue with the wall. You can't be as aggressive as you want.
Right, one missed shot and it's all over for you.
You can see them kind of in and out, in and out. They don't want to get too close to the wall here.
You aim for the pain, you best not miss.
But Purple Pain in a lot of pain here as they just keep getting flipped over and over. Can't seem to take any advantage here. Stuck again on their broken side plate, making it harder for them to self-right. Voxel, of course, is a much more experienced robot here, but this is V1 of Voxel. Originally a 6-year-old design from 2019, still doing quite well.
Voxel was dialed in then. It's even more dialed in now. This is a robot with lasting staying power, and boy, can it do a bang-up job. It puts the bang in bang-up job, Adam.
This is quite the fight. Purple Pain keeps going and going. The last tournament they were in, Purple Pain lost because they ran out of battery power. They're not running out of battery power here, but they do seem to be running out of armor panels. But the bigger battery paying off. As we have 50 seconds left in this fight, there's a belt off the left side of Purple Pain.
Purple Pain now mostly motionless, upside down.
And that
Weapon
is
is
gonna
not
be
spinning.
it, I think.
Another knockout for your knockout show.
Oh, here comes the unstick request, actually. So trying to get unstuck. Are they high centered? Is there enough time left? We're going to see how this plays out. Purple Pain doesn't want to get KO'd to end the night. The wheel's still spinning futilely in the air. And 10 seconds left. I think they might make it. Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell there, but I believe Voxel is going to take that one in the judge's decision. And that has got to be a painful loss for Purple Pain. Going home in the round of 32.
Still a pretty strong showing overall. Purple Pain has been no slouch today. We're going to go right over to Cage 1. Man, we got another fight. Oh, this is going to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Adamant Barrage going up against Procyon. Procyon has had a really interesting day. They've been taking a lot of damage, but they have been winning fight after fight and leaving a pile of robot parts in their wake. Adamant Barrage, one of the biggest glass cannons we have. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens here. Adam, who's your money on?
Adam.
I imagine there's no bias at all there. It's completely objective. Let's see what happens.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Adam
Both
Barrage
robots.
being very cautious. Procyon not really sure what to do.
There's not a lot to hit on Adamant Barrage. It's such an intriguing shape, and I think confuses builders. So they don't know what to go at. Adamant Barrage's downfall, but also claim to fame are the large UHMW forks that give it the unique ability to come and hit you from any angle with that weapon. But if the forks do become misshapen, it can really hurt their mobility, and they have a habit of doing the thing. But so far, they've gotten a few good hits in, and Procyon not able to do much, unable to really reach the chassis on Adamant Barrage. As we're almost through the first minute here.
Yeah, that weapon is lined perfectly. It could do a lot of damage, but it would have to be the right shot. Adamant Barrage is not giving Procyon that opportunity. There it is! Exactly the shot I was looking for.
Right on the back chassis, they found the angle that works. You can see that gouge from Procyon's weapon there.
That robot did not start this fight with a butt crack, but it's going to end with one. Oh, look at that. It's doing the thing,
And
ladies and gentlemen.
Yet another new way to do the thing for Adamant Barrage. The tip on one of its UHMW arms has bent weirdly. The bolt is there. It's always something new.
For a robot that has stayed true to its form, it has evolved so much, and it always finds new ways. Look at
dead
not
in the
moving.
water.
Whoa!
Oh no!
This could be a double KO! Procyon has it on stick, but Procyon is not moving at all. It's not even twitching. Adamant Barrage is stuck, but if they're moved just a little bit, if the housebot bumps them, they will be driving and they will win this match.
I think this should be a double KO, right? You request the on stick, you can't move. The moment of engagement prior to that both bots die, both bots get stuck. I think this is a double KO.
I think you're right, Adam. We're gonna find out.
My goodness.
Wait!
Does that count as movement? Does this count as movement? It's walking across the box, Ricky.
Impromptu. It now has a 100% weight bonus.
It's walking.
I gotta say, that is close.
Technically, by the rules, a shuffler do the continuous rotation and allowing them to move, but still.
You're quite right.
That's incredible. I think we're going to the judges and we lose. I don't know what's happening. But it's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. You could see Angel Vidal was looking very confused cage side.
Absolute cinema.
Yeah. Impeccable. You do not see that every day. You don't see that every lifetime. What a wild outcome.
The hit that sent Adamant Barrage onto its box and dealt the killing blow to Procyon was incredible. There is just an explosive gouge out of the front. I mean, look at this.
The robot is in absolute pieces. Look at the huge chunk out in front of that rear wheel. We're going to go to a replay, but I can't get over this.
Here it is.
What is that?
What is happening?
Quintuple somersault. You can see Adamant Barrage pinned into the ground just the tiniest bit, but that's all it takes.
Always
with
a
the
new
bent
way
fork.
to do the thing. Here comes the killing blow, knocking them both out, driving on top of a mostly incapacitated Procyon, and then killing everything torn out. Both robots stop working.
Absolutely wild. Let's go to Sam. I have to know more.
Yeah, that was a wild one. I'm here with Jim Haney, the ref in that match. Jim, can you explain what happened?
So that was a very rare phenomenon just there called a double knockout. We almost never see them. I think in the time that I've been reffing for NHRL, it's probably the third I've seen in about 4 years. Basically what happens is both bots become immobilized or otherwise unable to continue the fight within the same second. There's no way for us to say which one got hit first, so we send it over to the judges, and they're going to judge the fight based on what we saw so far.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. So we are going to have to wait to hear what the judges thought from that fight. But until then, back to you, Kyle and Richard.
Wow, man.
That was a rough one to watch. I felt really bad for both competitors at the end of that.
You felt bad. I was entertained. I've never seen anything like that before.
Highly entertaining, but
Like,
what a
wow.
confusing situation. It's going to go to the judges. That
Like the
much
crab walking at the little shuffle
I know,
was
that
just enough to take it the distance.
So interesting. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
No.
But, you know, both those builders work very, very hard. William Marchese has been trying to get this bot all the way to the end of a tournament. It's the best bot he's had in this weight class by far. It's doing really, really well, but these types of circumstances keep happening. So it's a very strange situation. Procyon is a collaboration. Angel Vidal, he's doing this with Zach Knight. They built this together. They both kind of supplied parts for it. But man, Angel is such a talented driver, and to watch his bot get utterly gutted like that, I mean, instant gutting, very impressive. What the heck is going on here?
Okay.
We're having a little bit of a party in cage 6.
All right.
It's a ball pit.
It is a ball pit in cage 6. I just keep checking things off my NHRL bingo card right now. Oh, sounds like there was something going on in one of the cages behind us.
All right, so we've got a big story in Cage 2. We've been talking about Drew Davis attempting to qualify for his 5th World Championship. He is not going to be able to do it in that 12-pound weight class. He got stopped by World Champion Slam Plan, so he's got one more chance with Jack Move in the 3-pound weight class. But who's standing in his way this time?
His son.
That's right. It is his son. It's going to be a father and son battle. So here we go. Some Davis on Davis violence. 2 really powerful bots. Let's go to Adam and Ricky to call this matchup.
Thank you, guys. This is going to be a fun one, Adam. We can listen to those motor controllers booting up. Sing you a little song just to get them out of bed in the morning.
Father versus son. Will the son break his father's streak of making the world championships?
That's drama right there.
Yeah. This is an interesting fight here, obviously, built by the same team. Similar strategies. You've got a slightly larger weapon on one than the other, a slightly different ground game on one with the wedge versus the forks here. I don't know, Ricky, what do you think? Is the streak going to keep going, or is the sun going to break it?
It's a great question. I think Jules is a great driver. He's practiced so much on these different robots. But Jack Move is just such a dialed-in machine. It's going to take a real good hit to knock it out.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The wedge versus the forks is an interesting choice here for Jack Move.
Oh, interesting. interesting. Young Yellow is winning exchanges. I wasn't sure about that. You're right, that wedge is a very interesting choice on the front of Jack Move.
Trying to get around the side of Young Yellow, and there they do, even in hits at this point.
That's where the experience comes into play.
Young Yellow getting stuck in the corner there. Jack Move can't take advantage. Oh, under the forks. This is a real driver's battle early on.
Wow, this is so surgical. Oh.
Young Yellow flipped onto their backside. Jack Move, big hit.
Young Yellow so far dealing a few good hits, but all defense. This is very much Jack Move being an aggressor.
First minute of this fight, you gotta give to Jack Move as we enter the second minute here. Surgical fight from both robots. No huge arena busting hits yet. Jack Move taking advantage. Another hit from Jack Move, flipping over Young Yellow. These aren't dealing a lot of damage, but they are going to score points for the judges if we make it there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another hit, flipping Young Yellow upside down, going in. Nice little pin.
What a driver's game. Jack Move, I think, is controlling most of these exchanges, but Young Yellow is responding almost perfectly each time.
As we enter the final minute of this fight, you got to live the first 2 minutes to Jack Move.
Yeah, and that could be a game-changing moment. We just saw stuck on the edge of the arena. Young Yellow is not able to free itself quickly.
Ooh, and now they're stuck.
Now will they be able? Oh, look at that sportsmanship.
Nice little sportsman move there. No need to call an unstick as Jack Move, with 30 seconds left, tries to leave a good impression into the judges. Young Yellow is trying anything to land a big hit here and claw their way back, but they are in a big hole.
Yeah, this is going to take a miracle for Young Yellow to work their way out, but anything is possible here at the House of Havoc.
Oh,
wow,
and a big hit, the biggest hit of the match on Jack Move at the end, under 10 seconds left.
And another back on Young Yellow.
Wow.
They saved the best for last in that fight. It's going to go to the judges. We'll find out more just a few minutes, but what a precise driver's match.
That fight ramped up at the end. It was all Andrew early on through the first 2 minutes, but the last minute was back and forth with some great hits from Jules, the driver of Young Yellow. Will it be enough to sway the judges, as we couldn't decide this one in 3 minutes? Quite the father-son matchup there. I think they both had a lot of fun with that one. Unfortunately, only one can make it to the next round. We'll have to see the judges to find out.
We're going to head right into replays here. Get a little bit more of that action. You can see some of the bigger exchanges and also just some of the extreme driving talent that is on display in this fight. You can see backflips and somersaults from Young Yellow. And then Jack Move getting its own bit of punishment, flying up into the air. Really an interesting matchup with the wedge versus fork setup that we had here. We're going to head back to Richard and Kyle. They're going to take us up to the next match.
Of course it would be a judge's decision, right?
Yeah, it would have to be. That was an excellent Schenectady smackdown with the Davis family. Jules driving really well there with Young Yellow. But now we are going to go to Cage 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Touro Jr. hanging out in the box, ready to go. But who are they facing off against? The best horizontal on Team Honeycracked. That's right, it's Honey-fied.
And you guys are going to stick with our lovely voices for this one.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we are off to the races here. There you can see ranked 2 seed Honey-fied coming into this matchup. That weapon is sounding nasty. Wow. High-pitched and gross.
Some early exchanges here, and now Touro Jr. with a big hit, and the belt is off.
Belt loose. Not great. Now it's going to be a pushing match. Can Honey-fied keep it together?
Man, Touro Jr. just bringing the hits. Team Robots does not mess around. And so that belt dangling there around the primary weapon as Touro Jr. tries to square up on Honey-fied, maybe finish this one off. We're still less than a minute into this fight.
Yeah, Dominic doing a really great job operating Honey-fied despite the weapon loss, but man, everything's working real well on Touro Jr. Oh, look at that.
Almost
golden
did the thing.
opportunity there. Yeah, almost did the thing. They've kind of designed their way out of the thing for the most part.
Oh, 2 big hits from Touro Jr. there. Might not have looked big, not flashy, but it's connecting where it counts. It's still pushing and shoving with a minute 30 left in this one.
Yeah, about halfway through the matchup. Man, what a rough break for Honey-fied to lose that weapon so early on, but they're doing a really great job maintaining control for big swaths of this fight. That will bode well, and this can go to the judges, but it's not going to do it if they keep getting those kind of shots.
You can pin and hold them for so long and try to do it again and again, but ultimately it's Touro Jr.'s speed and the force of their primary weapon that is going to be the difference in this one. And now silence in the cage. I believe both weapons are out of commission for these bots.
Yeah,
Under a minute.
Interesting strategy here from Matthias Freitas. Is he turning the weapon off because he wants to save it? Or does he want to, is he lost some weapon power? What's going on? Nice pin from Touro Jr.
Pin there, you hear the counting. You see Fluffy winking at us in the corner.
All right, Honey-fied able to shake their way out. That was a very awkward position for them to be stuck in. Both bots looking way worse for the wear at this point.
So it'll go the distance as we're 15 seconds left, and I don't know necessarily how you judge this one. I think you'd have to go to the meat of the match, which was the heavy hits in the beginning, and with about a minute 30 left from Touro Jr.
Yeah, very interesting matchup. I am hoping that the Honey-fied team is able to pull it out, but can. Big hits from Robots.
I see full motion. Can you show me weapon?
And they really just know how to build great, efficient bots. There's not a whole lot of difference between them, but they build them so well. Why would you?
All right, so we are going to head directly over to cage 2, where we're going to have some 3-pound action ready for us. And let's go to our friends Adam and Ricky, our robotics experts, to call this fight.
Thanks so much. I love seeing this robot in the arena. I have no idea why it's called Chris Griffin 2. I don't question it. I just look at this beautiful, strange dinner plate of a weapon, and I hope it does great things.
Yeah, the driver of Chris Griffin is Sean Williamson. So who knows where this name's coming from, but a beautiful robot coming to us out of Colchester in the UK, going up against Eruption, a robot we know well here, ranked 6th overall in the world in this weight class from Brian Voxel, Team WPI, Austin, Texas.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Look at that disc spin up and immediately hit by Eruption. They're not letting them get up to speed. Chris Griffin doesn't care. They're going to get up to speed anyway. Doing a new version of the thing there, able to get out of it.
Whoa, fire coming from inside of Chris Griffin.
That was a pop. That was some flame. I don't see any more spin, and I do see
And there
a
it
tap
is.
out.
That's a good motor controller lighting up. We'll see if that shorts out a battery as well, or if it's contained just to the electronics.
You heard that one go.
Really did. I love this cat t-shirt. Just want to throw that out there. What a fight. It's amazing to see these machines do their thing. We're going to go right into the replays because that's really all I need. That front wedge on Eruption is so well tailored to the front of Chris Griffin too. It only takes a couple of hits to destabilize your opponent, and then a weapon that large is going to send your own robot flying just about everywhere.
That was massive from Eruption, not letting Chris Griffin think. Just tossed around.
It was absolutely everywhere. Eruption has been so dialed in today. This is a robot that I think was a little bit of a put away and just take back out and turn it back on and hope for the best. It wasn't as prepped and everything else. You couldn't have fooled me. This robot has been firing on all cylinders. There must be a lot of pride in the Voxel family right now.
Yeah, wow. You know, that's going to bring them to 67 and 30 lifetime for Eruption.
What a record.
I mean, incredible. Chris Griffin, too, is going to end the day at 3-2. Not bad for a first showing here at NHRL. Hopefully that makes the trip across the Atlantic worth it.
Just a little smoother.
Yeah. Ending the day with a winning record, but we're going to toss it back down to Richard and Kyle for an update.
Wow. Okay, I got to tell you, the work rate that Brian Voxel put in that matchup, impressive. He probably got 5 more hits than any other driver would have gotten with those same opportunities.
Yeah, so fast, so hard. I mean, that Eruption bot is not to be trifled with at all.
And Brian Voxel is locked in. You could see it in his driving. You could see it in his focus up in the pits. You could see it in his calm demeanor. This is a scary version of Brian Voxel right now.
Dude's a surgeon.
Absolutely. That was amazing. All right, so we're going to look at some updates to the top stories that we're following today. First and foremost, Ares, God of War. They are going to be fighting Overlord in prime time, and this bot is looking absolutely devastating. The MIT team is really crushing it with this design.
Yes, and we've got the world domination continuing for NHRL. Teams from China didn't do so hot, but we had our UK, one of the European teams, as we witnessed a little earlier. Obviously, Rio Bots, the team from Brazil, still just pushing through the tournament. And then the team from Mexico. Yeah. So, international presence, very well felt here for this.
Absolutely, and a bit of an update for you on this next story. Drew Davis did end up beating Jules Davis. That's right, Young Yellow lost that matchup, which means Drew Davis is moving on into prime time and getting that chance to qualify for the World Championship, his 5th qualification for the World Championship in his career. An amazing feat, only accomplished by one other driver, and that is none other than Jameson Go.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that was some Mario Kart rules there. It's like, I'm not going to hold back. We're doing this thing.
No, that was absolutely impressive. Just surgical driving. Schenectady SmackDown, that team is going to be a team to watch into the future. Those two boys can drive, man.
And we continue to keep all eyes on Slam Plan. I mean, what did you think so far?
I think that there is nobody who makes it look easier than Brendan Steele.
Yeah.
He literally was just like, I took my hit, I added 2 more hits for good measure, and then I just back up to the door. You know, we're just done. Yeah. We're chilling.
That's his plan.
He's
I'm going to make it look easy.
He just makes it look easy. I'm so impressed with that guy. All right, the next thing we're looking at is in the 3-pound division. There is a continuation of the WPI annihilation in that 3-pound division, and you just saw it with Eruption. That was absolutely insane. Now, Eruption, too hot to handle is his current team. He is from the alma mater of WPI. He still helps out his WPI teammates, and that was a crushing win for that team. but so many other bots from that team are still qualified going into prime time, looking really strong. I'm personally really happy to see the return of Jaren and Red Panda. Great robot.
And in the true spirit of the KO show, the 30-pounders brought it. They came, they saw, they conquered. Well, at least the ones that set out to do just that. We have our 30-pound bracket field set and ready. Go check it out. You're going to see some names that are very familiar and ones that are bots to watch.
That's right, and we've got the return of Phenomenon and Synthesis 30 in prime time at 7 o'clock today. But right now, we're going to go back to the booth with Adam and Ricky. They're going to give us some bot breakdowns, guys. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks so much for that tour through the day's stories. That's a lot of exciting information, but you know what I find even more pressing is this exciting fight that we've got shaping up in Cage 1 right now. Adam, how are you feeling about it?
Well, it's interesting because we've got two effectively undercutters here, but they couldn't be more different, as Maximizer with its sort of patented whack arm style and its big wedge at the front tries to get you around the side, whereas Crazy Diamond here, maybe a more traditional undercutter, they're gonna go straight at you every time, trying to get your wheels, your juicy undercarriage. This could go either way for me, but you gotta think Maximizer is feeling good in the matchup.
I would think so. It's all about geometry with these things. And you look at the front of Maximizer and its front plow, it has the ability to deflect most horizontal hits really, really well. And if it doesn't and it catches, then what's going to happen is suddenly that robot's going to be flipped around and you're going to be on the business end of a really nasty undercutter of your opponent.
And what I see here is, Crazy Diamond is going to have to drive really well to get those wheels on Maximizer. Maximizer's geometry, like you're saying, is going to make it maybe a lot easier to hit those juicy-looking wheels on Crazy Diamond. So Crazy Diamond maybe having issue driving out of the box here. Oh, there they go.
Yeah, they do seem to be all right, but maybe a little bit off kilter.
Little twitchy.
Little twitchy. Sometimes it's tough, though. You get cage side, you get the nerves. Now, if you look at the rear armor package on Crazy Diamond, I think that looks a little bit beefier than some of the other packages I've seen. I don't know if that's just for Jake and Maximizer, or if it's, well, in any case, we'll see how it goes.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
See Maximizer trying to hit those wheels, maybe successfully. Crazy Diamond not looking particularly maneuverable, and then down goes the weapon. Oh!
Tap out.
Incredible. I don't know if you all heard, but those were high-pitched tinks. It sounds like someone mining in a diamond mine. That's hardened steel on hardened steel. Those hits do a ton of damage on the things that are having to absorb all that energy.
Blade on blade, and with these undercutter designs, they're only supported on one side. Dialing that in is difficult. We saw Crazy Diamond's weapon nearly come completely out, sort of wiggle itself back in as the fight came to a close, but that is a tricky weapon system to get working. Crazy Diamond's first event here, going to end at 2-2. Maximizer, what a performance, bringing them up to 34-9 lifetime record. We're going to hop right over to Cage 2 and into another fight. And looks like it's Comet versus Yeetus.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Yeetus off to a dramatic start. little bit of a half pin on Comet. That's a rarity. Wow! Armor package already yoinked off the back of Yeetus, or the side of Yeetus. It's hard to tell what the front and back is
You
on
could
that
say
robot.
it was yeeted off the side of Yeetus, as Comet does not let up on any of these hits, trying to get the other panel, which is now dangling.
Yeah, it's held on by a thread. And there it goes, 2 for 2.
They still have both of their wheels, though, which they wouldn't if those panels weren't there, so at least they did something. Yeetus has got a...
Oh, and now that wheel is gone. I like to think of those panels as extra lives, and Yeetus just used all 3 of them.
Yeetus used all their lives as bits and pieces got yeeted across the arena. Quite the win by Comet, as they're going to move forward in this tournament.
Dude, those forks are scary, man.
Team's laughing after that one.
I can't blame them. That was entertaining. It's amazing when you have that singular of a vision for how a fight can go. You have to imagine that those were just too juicy of a target to pass up. You take one off, you take another, and then there's the wheels, and you know, enjoy your dinner. We're going to send it back to Richard and Kyle. Guys, take it away.
Oh, man, now the action is starting to quicken the pace. You know what I mean?
I cannot disagree more. Like, that was really slow. I'm sleeping. I could use a net. No, I'm kidding. That was great. Once again, WPI crew putting in some very good work there with Comet. Love that robot. But, you know, I can't complain about that name. Yeetus?
Yeah, that was pretty solid. We're going to go to the primetime pits. They are filling up. Oh, hi,
Slowly
Danielle.
but surely, there's everybody loading in, getting
And
their
gift
stuff
bags.
moved over.
There's some goodie bags up there if you
Yeah,
make it to
I
prime
want to see
time.
what's in those. I didn't check that out.
No, I'm very curious. I did not get to see what was in them, but they are starting to fill in. Team Defective, Pandemonium. I mean, the usual suspects.
Yeah, MIT, you can see them loaded in down there on the bottom right. Slowly but surely, everybody's migrating over. There's Matt Lantry in the back there, Team Pandemonium.
But they are gearing up for prime time robot action. That is the portion of the pits that you want to be in when it's all said and done come 7 o'clock Eastern time. And now the crowd has been great with the signs and the noise and the reactions all day long. You guys are fantastic. Hope you're enjoying the KO show. We love having you. Everybody's excited, and we're hitting that home stretch. We're in stride, heading to prime time. I want to see more signs. I want to see some behind me and Kyle at some point. Some cage maintenance going on as we get ready for some more action, and then, of course, the main event.
Very excited to see it. You have some fights already kind of lined up for the actual bracket and prime time. Very, very pumped to share that with you. We're going to take a little bit of a break so we can swap out some floorings. We can get everything ready. But in the meantime, let's
What
check
is
out
going on
Cage 4.
in Cage 4? Nobody knows what's happening.
These are empty spools of string, empty spools of filament, and empty spools of, I don't know.
Spooltopia in Cage 4. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't understand what's happening, but I'll bet we're going to break it with something.
Yeah, that seems like a fair play there. Is you build something, you break it at NHRL. Oh, I'm being told it's the setting for a rumble.
Ah,
yes.
okay. More Rumble action coming your way. When you get eliminated in NHRL, it doesn't mean the game is over for you for the day. You still get to do freestyle matches if you want to do some freestyle matches. You still get to participate in Rumbles if you want to participate in Rumbles. Some people just need to get some drive time in. They want to test out their bots. Some people come all the way from China and England and want to just break their stuff so they don't have to take it home.
Which is crazy to me with the amount of tap outs that I've seen in the KO show. You know, win, move on, lose, go home, and you're tapping out. It's like, what are you saving up for? You've got one more chance in November. I mean, I'd leave it all in the cage, quite literally.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to be nice to their opponents. Maybe they're just saying, like, I don't want you to have to hit me more. In the meantime, though, we are going to go to Cage 2, where we have more robot fighting action loading in for you. I've got to talk right now about Miles, Sim, and ColdSnap. This guy has had a banner day today. Don't sleep on this robot. It is phenomenal. But over on the other side of the cage, it's Mike Shore and Voxel V1. This is a father-son team, Mike and Michael Shore, and this is a big wide drum. Very good driving, very well-built machine. It has been here forever. I mean, like, there's been Voxel fights almost as long as there's been NHRL.
Yeah, this one should fix to be a great fight. Of course, we've said that about a few that were not, but I'm going to just go ahead and on the basis that we're in the portion of the KO show where I feel like everybody has brought their best bot forward.
In Miles Sim's last fight, he got probably 12.5 hits in one quick strafe across his opponent. And need I remind you, those are shuffler pods, not wheels. He's able to move so effectively on those. It's really impressive. Miles Sim's one of the best, I think, designers of robots here, for sure, but he's becoming an intense competitor.
Yeah, and I mean, what ColdSnap was able to do in their last fight, I was like, wow. So I'm going to anxiously await what happens here, and in the meantime, we're going to send it to Ricky and Adam.
Thank you so much. I am equally pumped about this fight. Voxel is such an institution here, and ColdSnap is a fun robot to watch it fight.
ColdSnap has just been on a roll. Much newer robot and design than Voxel, but it has been impressive today. That shuffler giving them the extra weight, and they are putting that to use. Will they be able to keep holding up against, you know, the durable, time-proven Voxel design?
Yeah, it really could go either way. It depends on how well that front wedge holds up.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wait, ho, ho, ho. Now that wedge ain't gonna do anything if Voxel's upside down, but that's quickly remedied. And Colts,
what are they even doing?
I don't know. It's glitching the matrix. It's flying about. Voxel, calm, cool, and collect. Wow, what a hit!
Sparks fly, both robots upside down, and a lot quieter, but they spin back up, at least one of them is.
Yeah, I can't tell with Voxel, but it does look like that weapon might be down, but it might just be upside down. Oh, that is an interesting spot for the robot to be stuck. Did not require an unstick. Oh, a wheel is damaged on the side of Voxel. It's still upside down.
They are taking hit after hit from ColdSnap, and that is a brutal weapon.
That's a brutal place to be taking hits. It's not like this robot was intended to be upside down.
No, I am not seeing a lot of weapon movement. I'm not seeing a ton of drive movement. Voxel, not halfway into this fight, is really in a bad place as ColdSnap is tearing them apart. ColdSnap looks unscathed as sparks and pieces fly off around the arena from Voxel.
Oh, I see Voxel slowing down. It's no longer twitching. I see maybe a bit of glare or a bit of smoke.
They still have an unstick left. There is the request. ColdSnap backs off.
Oh, the wheels are spinning. There's just not a lot of wheel left.
The remnant is spinning. The axle is spinning.
The motor is spinning. But yeah, all of the tread has been removed from one side. The wheel on the other side just barely moving.
Yeah. The one you want to move is stuck, and the one you don't care about is spinning. That's going to be an end to Voxel's run as you hear the count out in the background. And ColdSnap, the 8th seed, is going to pull off a resounding victory over the 9th seed Voxel. Nice little celebration dance there as they gouge our floor. But we'll be replacing them soon for prime time. So
Of
so
course.
It's okay.
Voxel scared the crap out of me. I've been shaking since I saw that. Weapon locks in.
Well, that's scary. Look at that thing.
It is a scary robot. That is a lot of power packed in a small package. I would not want to go up against that. I don't think I've ever fought Voxel, but I'm not looking to change that today.
Voxel's going to go home, but I think its legacy is secured after a good day today, coming back and showing it's still got it. ColdSnap looking to take home that dumpster tonight in prime time.
He very well could do it. And the pieces are really starting to add up in this cage.
We are approaching the end of our KO stream. Prime time is going to be back later on the same channel, so don't forget to join us.
Right around the corner.
That'll be in an hour and a half. We'll start the prime time stream back here on the NHRL YouTube. Still stick around. We got a little bit more left in the KO.
About a half a dozen more fights with a high chance of KOs. I'm really enjoying the ability to lean into some of these fights, cover just about everything, but also have high stakes.
Yeah.
You know, fight to fight. All of this is just do or die at this point for the builders. And it just makes everything so much more, we'll call it weighty.
Yep. We're going to hop over to Richard and Kyle and hear some updates from them on the progress of the tournament.
Guys, this has been an insane day. Don't sleep on Miles Sims and ColdSnap. What a showing against a classic bot like Voxel.
Oh man, it's just been impressive fight after impressive fight lately. And now for an updated robot rundown, Kyle.
That's right. We are looking at Ares, the god of war from MIT. They are the top seed, and they are going to go up against Overlord in prime time at 7 o'clock, right back here on our YouTube channel. Check that fight out. That's going to be intense.
And the NHRL takeover of the world did not disappoint. All through the KO show, we had great fights. Teams from Brazil plowing through the tournament. The team from Mexico having a great showing. The European teams. China, I guess we'll see what happens with them the next time around. But still, just having them here and seeing how impressive their bots were and just the level of competition, it was awesome to have.
And most of those competitors were around 11 years old.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Okay, now we're going to talk about the domination of WPI in the 3-pound division. All of their bots are still in this tournament. I don't know who's going to win that 3-pound division, but the mathematical chance that it's a WPI bot is very high. They are doing phenomenally, and if we include Eruption in that, they are looking deadly. Brian Voxel is dialed in. All of that team, all of those bots, somebody to watch in this tournament today.
And we were having all eyes on Slam Plan, and they have moved on. They will take on Robo-Cat, so everyone that was collectively holding their breath, you can exhale now. We get more of the Slam Plan.
That's right. Brendan Steele making it look easy,
too easy,
all
man.
day. And by the way, Robo-Cat, perfect matchup for him.
Yeah.
Exactly right for that bot. That's going to be a great match to watch, but man, it is his fight to win. And then last but not least, those 30-pound robots hitting so hard today.
Yes.
We've seen absolutely insane matchups in that 30-pound division. Some of the biggest, deadliest hits, box breakages, but we've got Phenomenon and Synthesis 30, two of the
so many good
heaviest hitters in the game coming up in prime time. So excited to see that. But right now, we're gonna go to Cage 2. And speaking of WPI domination, this is Brian Voxel and Eruption getting ready for this matchup. Look at him, locked in. No other way of describing that guy right now. Locked in.
Well, he's a Voxel. What do you expect? I mean, we've had Glenn. He's been helping us out this weekend. He hasn't been competing. But clearly, in his place, his son Brian has delivered as we would expect nothing less.
Absolutely. This version of Eruption looking great, but over on the other side of the box, it looks like we have a big wide boy. It is Texas contingent time.
Hook 'em horns, man, for you
Yeah.
college fans out there. We got the orange and white.
Throwing up the horn signal.
Yeah.
The Texas contingent, they're doing a lot more with control bots at this tournament than we've ever seen them do before. And I gotta tell you, it seems a little tongue-in-cheek, but I'm still excited to see it. These are two really good drivers. This is gonna be a very interesting matchup. And over on the other side, chair power. Full-on chair power. So we're gonna keep this one over here with us as we go through this fight and call this action. Tough matchup for Brian.
Yeah, is it going to be Eruption too hot to handle,
5,
or will the
4,
Texas team
3,
win on college
2,
game day?
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Oh, nice.
Box rushing on the control bot is an interesting strategy.
Wow.
That is a way to add chaos. What a weird way to pick up your opponent, and off the wall. Off the wall again. That is, by the way, the only way Brian Voxel can self-right with Eruption is just slamming it into the wall. Good pin here from Hook'em. Attempting to use their weapon or maybe just taunting with it.
Wow, and that was not what I expected. Both the cage rush and then getting hung up like that. And now we'll see if they divide and conquer on Hook'em.
It does seem like head-on shots are very hard, so Brian's gonna have to be really mindful of his angles when coming in on these two Hook'em bots.
And now we have an unstick called for by Hook'em. I was not expecting to see that, but one is used. They're one and done. We are 2 minutes left in this fight, a minute in. And Eruption still trying to navigate this cage, work their way around Hook'em, as Hook'em gets a little hung up there with one of the forks, and now they're back to trying to get Eruption sort of pinned, and there's a little bit of a pin right there. You hear the counts, and they will release, and Eruption's back to it. Where is the soft spot that you hit on Hook'em if you're Eruption?
Yeah, there's really just that kind of back angle. Any of these head-on shots are not working out. He just gets caught up in these long forks.
There's another lift and pin. You hear the counting again. Clearly the control points getting racked up by Hook'em. Brian's got to hope to start getting some up in the damage category. He's certainly got the bot to do it, but they're just overwhelming him and getting him up on the side of the cage every chance they get.
Alex Palladini, he's the captain of Hook'em. Doing a decent job of driving in this matchup.
45 seconds and another count.
And look, the taunt from that lifter. Yeah, this is a rough matchup for Brian Voxel. He's just one bot.
Wow.
Trying to take out this onslaught, and he's gotten some great hits when he's able to get the right angles, but there's just so little opportunity with these two Hook'em bots.
Such a simple design by Hook'em, but the fact that there's two of them has become a nightmare for Brian Voxel and Eruption.
Yeah, that's part of that tongue-in-cheek nature, I think, that we were talking about. It's just really hard to develop an effective strategy against bots like this.
And the distance it goes, and to the judges it will be decided.
I think no matter what, everyone's going to be disappointed in this judge's decision.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a real winner in this one. Obviously, if you hook 'em and you win, you're ecstatic. But man, great driving and just overall strategy by the multi-bot. And for Brian, I don't know if that's frustration or just dumb luck that you got matched up with a bot like that.
Yeah, for sure. Peter Garnache doing an excellent job of driving. Palladini doing an excellent job of driving. But man, that is just a tough rock, paper, scissors style matchup for Brian Voxel.
I would say Hook'em was paper and Brian was definitely rock.
Yeah, just a rough one all the way around. I do like these Hook'em style robots. Look at these, the cool design, the orange and white. Gotta love the Texas pride. But I personally like a little bit more destruction in my robot fights.
I mean, I think we
right
all
there.
do, especially on something called the KO show, but I mean, try telling that to Paige and Jelly Baby. She's
Fair.
looking to be the first ever double dumpster winner with a control bot doing stuff just like that.
Yeah, but it's just so entertaining when Paige does it, you know?
Getting some cage cleanup duty as we start to wind down the first ever, the debut of the KO show. Just a handful of fights remaining before we set up the stage for prime time NHRL action.
Ooh, I just got an update from the booth. 2 fights left in the KO show.
Less than a handful. That's just the 2 fights stand between the KO show and the main event, NHRL prime time.
All right, speaking of Team WPI, we've got Jaren loading in with Red Panda. And over on the other side, we've got Drew Davis and Jack Move. He was able to defeat his son in that last round to stay in the 3-pound tournament. The goal is qualify for the World Championships, but don't worry, he just has one of the most top-ranked bots in this division from WPI on the other side of the arena from him. Jaren is a great driver. Red Panda's an amazing robot.
Yeah, like I said, with Drew Davis, it was Mario Kart rules against his son. No, I'm not going to hold back and let you win. We're doing this thing mano a mano. You got to learn sometime.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in letting my kids win. That's just not a thing.
Hit them with the blue shell, man.
That's what I'm saying. Well, they actually usually hit me with the blue shell because I'm in the front.
Oh, because you're in the front. I got it. Yeah.
I've actually never thrown a blue shell at one of my kids. All right, so we are going to go to the booth with Ricky to call this fight.
I am excited about this. Man, you are right. This has been a heck of a KO show day. It's amazing we're getting down to the end of it. Love to see a good fight to cap off the day. Red Panda, Jack Move. Great combo. Jack Move had a, as we were mentioning earlier, had a great face-off against Julian and Young Yellow. Worked its way through, absolutely no mercy. I can only expect even less mercy against a robot driven by someone you're not related to, even if it's not exactly the intent that you would hold back. It's always a little something. You hate to see your kids' toys get smashed, especially when you have to help them fix them. But I still enjoyed that match. Adam, what do you think for this match?
Well, very similar robots. One a little longer, one a little wider. I think we're up for another driver's battle here.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. I'm looking at the fork configuration on the front of Red Panda. This is a much narrower set of forks. This reflects a driving style that I like to call point and shoot. So Red Panda tends to square up and then hit hard. Jack Move does a little bit more of a do-si-do. They're going to be a little bit more shark-like, you might say, in how they circle their opponent. Of course, still capable of those dramatic striking moves, but they're capable of doing both. They're set up to do both. So the question is Red Panda's aim ever going to work out, and is Jack Move ever going to allow the setup for such a shot?
Now, we saw Jack Move in their last fight go with a plow. Here they're going with the forks. It does look like that is an unfortunate hand gesture.
Uh-oh. That, let's see.
Listening for some beeps, looking at some wiring. What is going wrong?
Drew is looking concerned. I'm going to maintain hope. I don't know how hopeful he is, but we all want to see this fight happen.
Don't want to lose your streak to a faulty switch.
And that does appear to be what they're wondering. This is very careful. Normally, you take a key, you put it in, you turn it, and that's it. How you articulate the switch should not be a big deal.
Something is loose inside that robot. Something is not plugged in, and that is not the look of someone who's confident in it, not getting the right beeps when they're turning it on.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jaren is looking just as eager as anyone else to get this fight underway. He wants Red Panda to be able to fight Jack Move.
When you're doing this, you're trying to listen for the speed controllers, which make certain sounds when they're happy, certain other sounds when they're not.
This will be the moment. Does he pick it up, or does he?
Oh, maybe something's working here. I saw the battery warning on the transmitter screen. That usually means it's not connected. But now something showed up. Maybe the telemetry's working. Oh.
That was the last ditch. A couple of more moments, and I think we're going to have a Jack Move extraction.
Is an unfortunate way to end your night. Such a dominant performance through the evening. The dramatic win against your own son in the arena to try to keep up your streak. You've got to make the top 4 to qualify, and to do that, you've got to make it to prime time. Doesn't look like Jack Move is going to make it.
And there it is. Your weapon locks are going back in. The robots are being made safe. We're going to head over to Richard and Kyle, see if they have a little bit more information for us. Guys, take it away. What do you have to say?
I don't have any more information. I just have big feelings. That was really sad to see. Jack Move didn't move, in case you weren't paying attention, and that's just not good. We all wanted to see a banger fight between two really great competitors. Jaren's a phenomenal driver. Red Panda's a great robot. Triumphant return at this event. Drew Davis is like having a great run for the day, possibly qualifying for his 5th World Championship, and
Not at all the way that you want to see it. When the clamps go back on the primary weapon, they've given you all this time and all this wiggle room, and you've tried everything, and then that's it, man. That's where the journey ends.
It's so sad to see. This is not what we want to see for that last fight, especially we were just really looking forward to it. Two very evenly matched robots, but just not able to get it together, you know?
No.
Sometimes you just have issues.
Very sad, disappointing, but hey, we got signs behind us. Look at these kids. They're excited about the action to come still at prime time. But man, yeah, it's not the note that you want to, we're not closing it out on that note, but we're close enough to the end where that's not how you want to have things go.
Absolutely.
And I'm being told we're going to be joined by Drew himself. All right, So
Drew, I gotta ask you, what happened out there?
No idea. I had a rough fight against Comet earlier in the day with that bot, and it seemed to have messed up the receiver or the weapon ESC or something. When we first loaded in, drive worked well, but the weapon wasn't spinning, and then when we turned it off and tried to turn on a bot, it just wouldn't turn on. It kept going off and on, off and on, off and on. And Jaren was having problems too with his bot, so just gremlins got both of us. They got me more. It happens. It's frustrating way to end the night, but.
Well, still, any final thoughts or anything about just the run up to this point? Because you had a good one. We were all left in suspense. We were all kind of pulling for you to see it be done.
Yeah, thank you, and I really do appreciate it. I wish I went out fighting. That makes it something that's easy to swallow versus you're not even starting.
Yeah.
Your
You're a
jack move was
competitor.
looking pretty good too. I thought like I was driving well, I was hitting well, and it was being durable as much as it could be. But the damage from earlier, and I swapped bots for this last fight. 'Cause it wasn't the same one that I used against my son. It just was the wrong bot, and I didn't have time to test it. So a lot of little things that went into how the way the night ended. So that's how it goes sometimes.
Schenectady's not that far. Will you be back in November to try again?
I think I missed the registration deadline anyway, right? Or didn't I? I don't know.
I didn't hear anything about that. I don't know about you. I didn't hear he missed any registration
Listen,
deadline.
maybe he just
You got a
needs
little like hookup. You can hook me up with a little spot in November. I'll come. I'd love to be back for November because I do want to try to make finals, just with one bot this time because 4 bots is crazy because you have no time to fix things and no time to repair. But I wanted to do it with my family and it was worth it. Just it ended this way and that's what happens sometimes.
Well, hey, true competitor, man. It's been a real pleasure.
And those boys are looking strong out there, man.
Yeah, they're looking good.
They're looking good.
I
All right.
wasn't going easy on my son and he almost got me. But
All right, well, we're going to go to Cage 2 for more robot fighting action right now. So let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this fight.
This is going to be a fun one. Adam, what do you think?
I want to see people go flying.
Okay, how about robots? Are you okay with robots going flying?
I guess that's an okay substitution.
All right, we'll try that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go.
Both robots up to speed. No one landing that hit yet. Difficult. Oh, and there it is.
Prince launching their opponent up into the air. I did not think that was going to happen.
Elytra kind of sat still for a second. That's all it took.
Oh, and then turnaround's fair play. Yeah.
Difficult for them to get much engagement on these front-to-front hits. But if they get around the side, they send each other flying. Prince, our number 7 seed today, going up 26 seed Elytra, looking for the upset. But right now, they're just getting sent up into the ceiling. Really interesting geometry here is when they go head-to-head, no one really can get there. But if they get around, there it is.
Huge, huge hit.
Prince a little worse for wear after that.
Limping on its left side, really struggling. That's letting Elytra get around to the back, deliver another good blow.
Elytra still decent mobility, but they're having trouble on these floors.
It's such a low-slung robot.
Not a lot of ground clearance, and they are a bit torn up on the side there from a hit from Elytra or from Prince earlier.
Very
cautious.
cautious.
They know they have the upper hand here right now. They've been sending Prince flying. They've got the damage. They got to be careful, but they still need that aggression, control. This is going to be good for them. They back off on the pin, go right in. That is close.
Oh, it is so
They
close.
are trying to back out of that. They look like they are stuck together.
I think they're going to touch.
Oh.
I think the magic touch is going to happen.
Both robots spin down.
It's so close. There's an unstick.
There's separation. That was called for by Prince, I think.
Interesting. Elytra backing off, but then Prince stops moving.
Now Prince has used their unstick, according to the score bug here. They don't have another one. Elytra's going to sit there and wait. This could be a huge upset in the round of 16. 26 taking it over 7.
Knockout.
Quite the performance from Elytra. Only their second event. That brings them to 8-1. Prince is going to drop to 17-8. And Elytra looking for that dumpster today. They could get one if they keep that type of performance up.
Absolutely. That was impressive. And that is not a slouch of a competitor that they just faced down at all.
Prince is an impressive robot. Got some good hits in early on. Elytra found their footing. A couple great hits to the back of Prince limited their mobility, and Elytra able to capitalize with a knockout after Prince used their unstick earlier in the fight. Calculated fight. Elytra driven by Tristan Hart out of Greenville, Texas on the Repeat Robotics team. Taking down Prince from Team Pandemonium and Jillian Doolittle.
I think both competitors will leave in that fight relatively pleased. That was a good performance on both parts. To me, that ended up being pretty clearly in Elytra's favor after, I don't know, the first half of the match.
You saw driving and bot design come in there as both drivers looking for the hits, taking the hits, and eventually Prince couldn't take him anymore.
We're going to head back to Richard and Kyle. How is it going over there, guys? What can you tell us?
I can tell you we've got one fight left
One
in this
fight left?
KO
One
show.
fight left.
And then we're on to primetime.
Oh, yes. Off to primetime.
Speaking of primetime, let's check out the 12-pound
Ooh, my
bracket and
favorite.
see how that's shaking up. The 12-pound division full of murder machines today. We've seen banger after banger. So we've got Slam Plan taking on Robo-Cat right at the top. We've got Void taking on versus Sievert. We've got Touro Jr. still in there going up against Adamant, Barrage, and down at the bottom we've got Maximizer taking on Xenomorph. So many bots to watch in this tournament. Could we get to the end with a Maximizer Slam Plan matchup?
We could, but man, I'm circling that Touro Jr. and Adamant Barrage. That's a sleeper fight to watch right there, I'll tell you. Based on what we've seen today from both of those bots, that one could be the talk of the 12-pound tournament.
That weapon on Adamant Barrage is absolutely devastating, and they're going up against a reliable tank in Touro Jr. So much fun to watch in that fight. I would say don't sleep on the Void, man. The Void has had just really great fights all day long. Could they make a deep run here? I'm not sure. They've got to get past Sievert and probably Slam Plan to make it work.
Yes, but that Slam Plan Robo-Cat matchup, I think that one is a tasty main course before the sweet dessert that is the main events.
Yeah, we're going to see how that goes. I mean, great matchup for the Slam Plan team. It looks great. But right now, let's have a look at that 30-pound bracket and see where we're going to line up for prime time.
We've got Ares taking on Overlord. You've heard all about it all day, and now we're going to see those two in action right out the gate. Colossal Avian and Deadrise square off. Then Kazaa Determination and Maccabot, who we talked about earlier in the tournament. And then we're going to close things out in that first round with Phenomenon and Synthesis 30.
Two of the heaviest hitters in this weight class. So much fun to watch that fight. I cannot wait to see how that goes. And that's really going to determine the rest of the tournament for those two bots.
And question for you, which Synthesis 30 are we going to get?
Seems like we've had the world beater all day long. I don't
Yes.
see why that would change. But in the meantime, we've got more 3-pound action coming your way. Let's go to Cage 2. And we're going to go to our friends in the booth, our good friends in the booth, and they're going to tell us all about the power of friendship.
I am so enthusiastic to get through the world's first KO show and to top it off with the cherry on top of the power of friendship. Mini Touro, also an incredible competitor, but I can't help but smile every time I see these little drilling birds in the arena.
Mini Touro is a great robot, dominant performances all day, but how can you not root for a multi-bot drill robot? I mean, and it has drilled into batteries before. It works. This isn't a joke. Those are functional drills that can drill into opponent's chassis. Now, I am seeing that same look we saw earlier tonight on the face of the Power of Friendship team. They don't look excited right now.
Oh no. Is it one of those moments where somebody is going home a little bit early, or?
It might look like, you know, I'm seeing that we might end up with the power of a single friend. One of the robots was very functional.
The winner here will be going on to fight Comet, but this is the final fight of our KO show.
Yeah.
Oh, I am getting an update as well, just to let folks know, the folks that had seen Eruption fighting Hookem earlier, Hookem was selected as the winner by judges' decision.
Wow. That was a close fight.
Very close fight. Just wanted to keep people in the loop, keep them abreast of the situation. Oh, that looked dramatic. Yep, just throw it right on over there.
It's a little hazard, bots.
Look, if your robot can't handle being gently tossed across an 8-foot arena, it probably doesn't belong in our box.
It's an interesting choice to toss the non-functional robot over there. I wonder what that'll do to the judge's decision if you have half your robot non-functional versus just fighting with half the robots.
Yeah, it's almost never the competitive thing to do to put a non-functional half of you almost always you just want to take that out.
Yeah.
Because if you put it in, you will be judged by its functionality at the end of the match, even if it started the match dead. On the flip side, if you only have one robot, you know, you can only go down from there, but at the same time,
if the weapon works, it could function as a sort of hazard in the arena. You know,
that's
they
true.
Could drive
That's a
over
great
there
point.
And get a little help.
A bit of a pulverizer of sorts. That would make sense. I can see where you're coming from. Also, some of these robots really do like concussive maintenance.
Yep.
You know, if you get hit hard enough, who knows? Maybe you pop out.
Like that was good. You told me that we could not, but I did not have time to tell them we actually cannot do that. So what is the question? Can I have that half and replace that one?
Oh, it seems like they have another half of the robot they want to swap in.
Yeah, this seems like it's a rules decision.
Yeah.
We're going to have a tournament steward weigh in here. I don't know the situation as it was laid out to him, but This
is a very similar situation to the recent finals we had, where Jameson Go swapped out his robot that was not working.
Right, right. This is a little bit different. Of course, there could be other mitigating situations here, too.
Just to make sure they're on the same page.
And they are both moving now.
Just not well.
Yeah. Oh, let's hop over to Richard and Kyle and hear what they have to say about the situation.
Could we just end this tournament, like the KO show, on a good fight, please?
Yes,
what?
That's all I want is a knockout to end the KO show.
This is insane. We have just had issue after issue, bug after bug on
We
these
were cooking.
competitors' side.
We were cooking with gas there for a minute.
I know.
And I feel like I jumped ahead of myself and got us off track because we have slowed the action down, and now the anticipation building, but I don't like it.
Yeah, there's our head referee, our chief official, Rob. He's talking to one of the concierge team. I don't know what's going to happen here. I just want to see all of this go through. Oh, that's Alex. Alex is actually one of the, I guess you could say he's like one of the bot concierges. He's here to speak on their behalf, break bad news to them, and keep everybody within the rules.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, our referees, our entire staff is well trained, but the refs, you know, I mean, they have the power of communication with the teams and with the concierge to let them know, like, what's happening, what needs to happen, and what their options are to make different things happen.
Yeah, this is Alex's first time being a bot steward here for NHRL. What a first tournament to have to steward on. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made, a lot of confusing situations. It looks like Kokoto is at least standing by, ready to go with the power of friendship. I don't see Brian, but they are in the cage. Transmitter in hand. I will give you some background information. I just watched Ricky walk out to the box. Ricky, who is not only a part of our broadcast team. He is also a safety official here at NHRL.
Yeah, nothing gets done without his say when it comes to the big stuff. And right now he's in there on the conversation, and I wish we could listen in, but this is that kind of conversation where they're weighing all options is what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to end up. It is quite the confluence of people. You can see the Riobots team is there talking to him. You can see Brian is there talking to him. Alex is trying to have this conversation with everybody. Jim Haney, who is the former head official, he is here also, jumping in.
Oh, we got
His
movement in the
experience is
cage there.
Invaluable. Yeah, Kokoto's there. He's standing by. He's ready to go.
So movement in the cage from both bots.
Yeah, showing that both of those bots can work. Both those bots are functional. That's good. Kokoto's like, look, man, I'm ready to go. Let's play.
And just a reminder to all of you watching, prime time will still begin at 7 p.m. on the main YouTube channel.
That's right, 1 hour till our primetime presentation. We find out who from this tournament qualifies for the World Championships at the end of the season. We're gonna find out who's going home with cash prizes and golden dumpsters and all of the glory.
Yeah, it's all about that golden dumpster in these events, but really everyone's working towards the big December grand finale that is the World Tournament.
This is looking better. This is looking good. We're going to go ahead and throw this back to Adam in the booth to call this action? Question mark?
Looks like we've got a fight that's going to happen. I think the resolution is just run what you brung. So we'll see how that goes. But we've got 3 bots in the arena, a multi-bot versus a single bot. Ricky, do you have an update on how that situation resolved?
I do. There were so many factors in play. I can see why they got the stewarding folks in touch with the rules folks, in touch with the head referee folks. A lot going on, but suffice to say that one robot was having trouble with some of its systems. Well, here, let's just jump into the fight and we can see what happens.
Fight, robots, fight.
A little hesitant from both sides here out of the box. Mini Touro winning the ground engagement.
Interesting. Both halves were working when I was cage side just moments ago, but they are looking a little bit stagnant in the box at this particular moment.
Yeah, we saw the blue half in the warm-up, kind of moving. The orange half had full movement.
Oh, that was a good poke, but there goes the tip on that weapon.
The drill is gone on the power of friendship. The friendship is broken as one half is unable to maneuver, and Mini Touro is tearing them apart.
You know, Adam, those little friendship bracelets are hearts. They're meant to go back together. The power can be mended. We still have 2 halves here. In fact, maybe it's the power of friendship that will bring us through if one half can push the opponent into the other half. So that, look at that hammer usage, just jamming. Aggressive pecking.
They lost the drill, but they're still able to control. The blue half still has their drill. Can they work together to deliver a hit? Mini Touro, on the wrong side of some of these pins and engagements now. They've got their full weapon, but they're getting stuck around the arena here. Oh, no! Both halves of the power of friendship have lost their drills. They are drill-less. As Mini Touro has turned up the heat here, maybe turned down the weapon, giving them more maneuverability to deliver the hits.
And that's what this is all about. When you have a control robot like Power of Friendship, you need that maneuverability.
Power of Friendship starting this fight on their back foot a little bit, showing resolve to get a lot of pins and holds, but Mini Touro flipping them over again and again. Small hits, adding up, removing both the weapons. That's going to be big if this goes to a judge's decision. Power of Friendship remaining as aggressive as they can as Mini Touro sets up the hits. And there, are they high center to lose a side of drive? Mini Touro losing a side of drive with 27 seconds left.
Wow, what a turn. I gotta say, the persistence of the Power of Friendship is really making all the difference. Look at this.
Wow.
Perfect usage.
Look at that pin. The crowd loves it.
Fantastic. I am so impressed with Kokoto. This is incredible work.
Tremendous driving from the Power of Friendship all fight long. Mini Touro conservative, maybe too conservative, as we are going to the judges.
Wild ending.